This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts. Undefeated 13-0, the Coppell Cowboys are having the best season in school history in 2010. For the Trinity Trojans, 13-0 is nothing new at all as they are rolling for what could be their fourth state championship in the last half dozen years. Two of the best teams in Texas squaring off in the fourth round of the playoffs, and it's coming your way next right here on Champion Sports Radio. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to Southlake, Texas Dragon Stadium, the site for this titanic showdown between the Trinity Trojans and the Coppell Cowboys. My name is Thomas Lee, filling in for Mike Beasley tonight on Champion Sports Radio. We appreciate you tuning in for the broadcast as well. A game that I personally have billed the game of the year. The rubber's going to meet the road tonight, and only one of these two talented teams is going to go on to the Final Four in the Class 5A Division I bracket. Let me introduce the balance of the broadcast crew here tonight. And we've got a lot of talented broadcasters on hand for this big-time showdown. And I'll start off with your color analyst, a man who's been there for every Coppell game this season, Bart Castle. And there are so many different things that this Coppell team does well. With Joe McBride taking over, he changed the culture a little bit and really had everyone buying in and believing. Now as the head coach at Coppell, he has a record of 24-2 in this just his second season. What makes him so special?
The thing that's going to be different tonight than anything Trinity has seen all season, Thomas, is balance. McBride, as the defensive coordinator over at Hebron several years ago when they won the state title, is Gary Patterson-like in the way that he coaches the team. It all begins with defense. Trinity's they run a 3-4, but it's really a 7-4. It's like or a 6-4-1. Austin Buss as the nose tackle is kind of the lone person who plays like a lineman. Then you really have six linebackers with Tanner Rice and William Uday playing that way, and then a talented secondary. Trinity's never seen a defense like this, and they've never seen this kind of balance on offense. They're a team with almost 400 yards total offense, 200 rushing, 200 passing. So a defense cannot say about Coppell, we'll take away Cam McDaniel, Mr. All-Everything, and we'll have them shut down. Behind him is a passing attack led by Joe Menden. 28 touchdowns, only five interceptions. This kind of balance, I can tell you, the Trojans have not seen.
Bringing the man who'll be keeping track of all the statistics over the course of the evening, Sweet Pete Nielsen. And obviously, when you look at the numbers of this one, there are some things that stand out. What stands out to you?
Well, Bart talked about the outstanding Coppell defense, and I don't know if Coppell has seen an offense like Trinity just to turn that around. So many weapons. They can throw it if they need to. They can pass it if they need to. In my mind, the difference in this football game is how the Cowboys are able to control Brandon Carter. We saw Carter in the game against Allen, and without him, Allen wins that football game. He was the difference. If you're going to beat Trinity tonight and you're a Cowboy, you need to find a way to control Brandon Carter.
37-35 was the final in that one as the Trojans escaped with the win over Allen, hung on for dear life for the victory. Also assisting us up here in the booth is going to be the Dr. Alex Sterling. Appreciate having him alongside tonight as his team is rolling towards a possible Sugar Bowl appearance. The Arkansas Raiders boy is very excited. Let's go down to the field now and bring in the fourth voice you'll hear throughout the broadcast. Ryan Mueller down on the sideline. Ryan, what stands out to you about this big game for Coppell to be able to come away with a victory?
Thomas, I think it comes down to Cam McDaniel being able to run the ball. This team needs to run the ball. You go back 2 weeks ago, the game against Duncanville at Cowboys Stadium, they had a lot of trouble doing that, but Joe Minden saved this team with his arm, with the help of his offensive line and his receivers. Duncanville's a physical team, but Trinity is all that much more, and you're going to get an all-out physical brand of defense tonight from the Trojans. So more importantly, to keep them balanced, to keep the Trinity defense on their toes, Cam McDaniel's got to be very explosive, very effective tonight.
All right, thank you, Ryan, and we'll check in with you throughout the broadcast as well for your input from the sideline. For me, I think it's pretty simple, although it's much easier said than done. Trinity over the years has been almost a 3 yards cloud of dust offense until they pop the big one on you. They've had a myriad of backs dating back to Dimitri Nance back in 2005, all the way through Tevin Williams and Samir Baker and Dontravius Robinson. Now it's Tucson and Tevin Williams combining to really be the 1-2 explosive punch, along with Brandon Carter. When they hit big plays, that is when they turn the momentum of the game and kind of break the will and the spirit of the opposition. It's the way they've come back in playoff games in years gone by, most notably against Plano last year in the second round when they were down 14-0. Big plays this year keyed them to the victory, not only against Allen 2 weeks ago, but against Martin last week, big plays in the fourth quarter. If the Coppell Cowboys, and this is what this defense has done best under Joe McBride, if they can limit the big plays, they just might be able to pull what would be a very mild upset. Trojans are favored to win, but Coppell is definitely in the conversation for one of the best teams in the state. All right, we're going to step aside for a break. Coming up on the Champion Sports Radio pregame show, we will have interviews. First of all, we will talk with Ryan Mueller, who just had a chance to talk with Steve Lineweaver. We'll also have an interview that I recorded with Joe McBride, the head coach of the Coppell Cowboys. All of that and more when the Champion Sports Radio pregame show continues in a moment. We are about 25 minutes away from kickoff here at Dragon Stadium. Trinity and Coppell, the fourth round of the playoffs, and it's coming up right after these messages on Champion Sports Radio.
Everyone says that during a tough economy, you need to make smart decisions. So if you're in the market for a car, what's an intelligent decision? Quality is the key. If you buy a quality product during this tough time, you're hedging your bet. That's why the Certified Pre-Owned program from BMW is so successful. You find a BMW that has already experienced some depreciation at a great finance rate from BMW Financial Services, as low as 0.9% on some models, and realize that it has gone through the stringent CPO checklist, so you can feel comfortable. And if this BMW is still in original warranty period, you have the BMW Zero Cost Maintenance Plan. Zero cost on items like brakes, regular maintenance, engine belts, you know the drill. I'm Eric Moss, president of Classic BMW in Plano, and I encourage you to come experience the new Classic BMW, and maybe we can find the BMW that's right for you. You can find us at Spring Creek Parkway in the Toll Road in Plano, or on the web at the all-new ClassicBMW.com.
Amazingly smooth Dr. Pepper Cherry with a little kiss of cherry flavor presents... And here's your host, Gene Simmons, a.k.a. Dr. Love.
Time to smooth out your sandpaper lives. Caller, you're in the Dr. Pepper Cherry Love Seat. Tell me who's...
Hi, Dr. Love. My boyfriend insists on wearing a beekeeper's mask at the dinner table, and it's really affecting our intimacy.
Just give him a little kiss.
I can't. There's a mesh veil in the way.
A little kiss of cherry smooths everything out. Just ask Dr. Pepper Cherry.
We still haven't sorted out this bee situation.
Oh, I'm not worried about bees. They won't come within 500 feet of me. We have a mutual agreement.
The bees or Dr. Pepper Cherry?
As always, the Love Seat solved another crime of passion. When we come back, I'll tell you how to tie a cherry stem into a sailor's knot with your tongue. You can't beat the smooth. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Brought to you by Amazingly Smooth Dr. Pepper Cherry.
What kind of athlete are you? Maybe you're an awesome athlete getting ready to compete at the college level, or a younger athlete who wants to make varsity next year. Or maybe you don't want to compete in athletics at all, you just want to be stronger and faster. No matter what your goal, it's time to get into the game at Velocity Sports Performance. Velocity Sports Performance is the ultimate training facility that offers you a chance to be instructed by world-class performance coaches who have taught professional and Olympic-level athletes. you'll be training at the same places the pros do. Now, when you first come in, they'll measure your stats in speed, strength, and agility. And as you train in their state-of-the-art facilities, you'll be able to see your progress and improvement and get the results you want. Your opponents won't want to see you coming. So stop by their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or visit them on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Call and ask how you can get a free training session at 469-293-4340. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance. And welcome back to Dragon Stadium. Thomas Lee here with you. Let's now go down to the field. Ryan Mueller just had an opportunity to talk with Trinity Trojan head coach Steve Lineweaver. What do you have to say, Ryan?
Well, he's very loose, first of all. He's in a good mood, and I asked him a little bit about the Martin game last week. I asked him what changed in that game to rattle off 21 unanswered to go on and win. He said that Martin showed a different style of defense last week than they have all season, so it caused for quite a bit of an adjustment for the Trojans. He said the offensive line also stepped up to be able to give the backfield some holes and also some time as well. So he's just fortunate to be here. He said the team's excited. I asked him a little bit about the Cowboys, and he said, you know what? Coppell's a great football team. He said one thing about them is they're very balanced. He goes, I'm not just talking about the offense. I'm talking about the defense as well, with how well they defend the pass and the run, and so that's going to be a very big key tonight. I did ask him, hey, what do you got to do to come away with a victory here tonight? And he said, we got to breathe easy. We just got to be ourselves. I remember a couple of years ago when Trinity played Permian in a non-district game, they ended up losing that game, and I talked to Coach Lineweaver a couple of weeks later, and he said, we were like cockroaches when they turned the lights on. We just scurried and didn't know what to do. We ran for cover, and he was a little disappointed about that. But he says right now, in a game of this magnitude here at South Lake Carroll, everybody just needs to breathe easy, calm down, and stay focused.
Thank you, Ryan. Excellent job there. We talk about the differences between these two teams. Well, not a lot of difference when it comes to rankings in the area. The Trojans, second in points scored, third in total offense, and first in rushing offense. Meanwhile, for Coppell, seventh in scoring offense, fifth in total offense, 19th rushing, fifth in passing. When you look at defense, these are the top two scoring defenses in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, but Coppell has a little bit of an advantage, giving up just 9.3 points per game to Trinity's 12.7. You look at some of the other statistics, total defense, Cowboys are second overall in total yardage, fifth against the rush, 16th against the pass. Meanwhile, Trinity, number one overall total defense, number one rushing defense, and ninth against the pass. You look at these two teams in turnover margin, Coppell plus 17, Trinity plus 16. They both have feasted, forcing a ton of turnovers on the year. Cowboys have forced 30 turnovers through their first 12 games. Meanwhile, Trinity, one behind them at 29. So both of those things can be very important to determining who is going to be victorious coming out of this one. Step aside for another break, then we'll come back and have my interview with Coppell Cowboy head coach Joe McBride. All that more when the Champion Sports Radio pregame show continues in a moment.
Now for Verizon Fios, you get 60 premium movie channels free for 12 months, which is like icing on the cake because you already get the best HD experience, plus a free movie package on top of that. But you also get free premium channels on demand, which is like little icing decorations on top of the regular icing, plus Epix HD with over 150 blockbusters every month. So on top of the icing decorations, you get little edible candy figurines. So when you add it all up, Verizon has baked you one heck of a deal. Here's how to order yours.
Sign up for Verizon Fios TV, internet, and phone today and get 60 premium movie channels free for 12 months, plus premium on-demand channels. With Fios, you'll get 3 top-rated entertainment services, all for only $99.99 a month, and there's no term contract required. You'll also get free premium channels on demand and Epix HD. It's the perfect deal for any movie lover. Just call 888-GET-FIOS today. That's 888-438-3467. It's time for Fios. For new customers only. Equipment charges, taxes, and fees, and other terms apply. Rate may increase after 1 year. Fios services available in select areas. Offer expires 9/25/10. Call for more details.
Coach to Cure MD is an annual fundraiser that raises money for Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. It's the largest fundraising and research organization geared specifically for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Duchenne is a genetic and progressive disease that takes the lives of most people before their 30th birthday. Coach to Cure MD continues to grow with support from more than 5,200 high school and college coaches at over 400 different institutions, and you can help this fall by joining Coach McBride and the Cowboys on Friday, October 1st when they host Denton High. All the coaches will be wearing the Coach to Cure MD patches on their sleeves, and anybody who donates at least $1 at the gate will receive a matching sticker to proudly wear in the stands. The ultimate goal is to raise at least $1,000 for research and also raise public awareness about such a tragic disease. So come out and support Coppell football and Coach to Cure MD. See you at the stadium, and go Cowboys!
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2nd, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the number one cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
And welcome back here to Dragon Stadium for the Region 1 final between the Coppell Cowboys and the Trinity Trojans. Thomas Lee now joined by the head coach of the Cowboys, Joe McBride. And long playoff stretches like this and deep playoff runs, this is nothing new for you personally. You've coached through this type of a deep run before, but for the Coppell community, this is the deepest they've ever been in the playoffs. Talk about how the emotions have been from all the fans and parents and so forth there in Coppell.
Well, it's been pretty special. You know, they've treated me and my family tremendous, and our staff. I'm proud for. You know, I know some of the vision they had when they offered me this job, and I'm just really proud to be a part of where this thing has gone and how far it's gone, and it's just I'm blessed, and we're all very blessed to still be playing, and it makes me excited. You know, people always talk about from a personal level. You take myself out of this situation a little bit, but it's just really exciting to see everybody in this community enjoy this so much. It's a great atmosphere here in Coppell.
Really, really special things are happening there under your direction, and I know there are a lot of other people that go into it. Your coordinators have done a spectacular job in their assignments. I mean, you came into this year and everybody knew that Cam McDaniel was going to tote the rock. I don't think anybody expected. We knew Joe Minden was going to be good, but completing over 70% of his passes, 315 yards last week against Midland, 5 touchdowns, and probably most importantly, 0 interceptions. He was real sharp last week.
Yeah, what I feel most proud about this team is we do have some really good players in spots, but it's a great team effort every Friday and Saturday that we play. Our kids have really bought into each other and their role and their job to complete this, plan for the week, and they've done it every week, and they've bought into our staff since the first day I've gotten here. I've only been here a year and a half. Sometimes it feels like I just got here yesterday again, and it's just I still feel really new here, but I'm encouraged by the way the kids have bought in to me and my staff, and I just can't say enough about my staff and how relentless and how hard they've worked to be great teachers, to be great coaches, and to plug into a community and invest in their kids. And the kids have responded by playing extremely hard for us.
Obviously, when you win a game like you did last week, 49-7, you're on the road. It's one of the best teams in Texas in the Midland Bulldogs. You guys took it to them. We'll talk about Minden's numbers a moment ago. Cam went over 140 yards, had a couple of touchdowns. Landis had 159 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns, and most of that damage in the first half. But the number, Coach, that really stuck out to me as I was looking over this stuff, 5 first downs allowed. That is it to a very explosive Midland ball club and about 130 yards total. I know it's not going to be that easy tonight against Trinity, but your defense really seems to be peaking at the right time.
Well, they are playing well. We emphasize that. We want to be explosive on offense, and we want to play great defense. And we want to be a two-headed monster in doing that. But our kids, we've been blessed with health, and we just pray that continues to stay that way. And our kids have a lot of confidence in and what we do, and our coaches spend a relentless amount of time making sure our scheme is strong, sound, and we got our kids in the right spot for what we're facing.
One of the things you're not going to know until they break the huddle is where their star offensive player is going to line up. Brandon Carter is almost like three players in run. One, he runs the ball very well. He catches the ball extremely well. Very good passer as well, a little underrated in that area. They move him around in a lot of different spots on offense and keep him on the field almost every single snap just to take advantage of his explosive nature. I know that has to be a big focal point of your defense tonight.
Yeah, we have our personnel set up to understand what they have personnel-wise. We have a good feeling where he's going to be a little before the play by the personnel grouping they run in. But, it ain't like you can just totally look at him. I mean, there's so many good players on that team. He can stand out there at receiver and they could move the ball. And they've done it in anybody. He's just another facet that makes him so tough. And I'm probably his biggest fan. I saw him last year, and I told Coach Venables at OU and everybody I saw, I said, man, that kid is a tremendous player. He's a great playmaker. And so our challenge is to just get lined up right, be sound, and play our responsibility and let the cards fall where they may. Because if you try to do too much, it's all dictated towards number 10, then you've forsaken all this other stuff they can do.
Whenever they're on defense, obviously they are known for their defense, but they have had some points scored on them, particularly early in the year a little bit, and then in the playoffs some as well. They've had some dramatic games and so forth. Do you see an unstoppable force defensively for the Trojans, or are there some areas that you think you guys might be able to take advantage of?
Well, I mean, they are a good defense, and they're a complete football team. But, we believe in what we do also. We have confidence in in our concepts and our schemes and what we're doing, and we feel like we coach them hard, and we expect a lot out of our kids. So I think we're going to have some. I think we can do some good things, and I think if we don't, I think they can control it. If we don't, I think it can be equal. I think you're going to find that we're both going to kind of give and take at times, and it's just going to matter. It's going to come down to turnovers, and it's going to come down to fourth quarter, who's got a lot left in their tank and who's still battling.
Well, Coach, best of luck. We'll talk to you at the half. It's going to be a great ball game, great environment, sold-out crowd. Best of luck to the Cowboys tonight.
Thanks, Thomas.
That's Joe McBride, the head coach of the Coppell Cowboys. When we come back, starting lineups in the kickoff from Dragon Stadium, you're listening to Coppell Cowboy Playoff Football, presented by Velocity Sports Performance on Champion Sports Radio.
This is the hit show Tech and Talk. Hi, my friends. I'm Ranjit. Chad, next caller.
Hey, do you guys have some sort of formula for calculating the taxes and fees on a wireless bill?
Yes, of course. First, solve this equation. X plus Y squared, where X is your monthly rate and Y is your birth year.
Now, take the derivative of that number.
And any number that rhymes with it, write them on a wall and throw a dart. The number you hit are your taxes and fees, maybe.
But probably not.
The best formula is to switch to Metro PCS. They have a no-signed contract, $40 a month, unlimited plan where taxes and fees are included.
That equation is a piece of easy cake.
Get unlimited nationwide talk, text, and web for $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included. Metro PCS. Hello. Wireless for all. Certain restrictions apply. Some services not available in all covered areas. Coverage not available everywhere. Payment fees not included and may apply. Visit metropcs.com or a Metro PCS store for information on specific terms and conditions of service, coverage areas, handset capabilities, and applicable restrictions. Nationwide long distance available only in continental U.S. and Puerto Rico. Rate, services, and features subject to change.
Just like every patient, you want the best for your child. While you want your child to be healthy and to enjoy participating in sports, you may also have concerns about their abilities and possible injuries. This is where Velocity Sports Performance can help. Whether your child wants to be the star of the team or just wants a little more playing time, they can help your young athletes reach their goals. The coaches at Velocity Sports Performance will push athletes to their limits, but not beyond them. They will use positive reinforcement to ensure that your child feels good about his or her accomplishments. And at the completion of the first program, you'll see the improvement in your child's athletic performance and a boost in self-confidence from what they've achieved. So help your young athletes start off on the right foot by visiting their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or call to inquire about a free training session at 469-293-4340. Check out a list of their programs on the web at www.velocitysb.com. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
And welcome back to Dragon Stadium. Thomas Lee here with you. Champion Sports Radio's coverage of the Class 5A Division I Region 1 Finals between the Coppell Cowboys and the Trinity Trojans. Brought to you by Velocity Sports Performance. Time now for the starting lineups for both teams as we are a mere 9 minutes away from kickoff as fans continue to stuff this stadium full. It's not often that the stadium has any problems with empty seats, but it's definitely not going to be a case tonight. Look at the starting lineups. Let's start with the Trojans offense when Trinity has the ball. At quarterback is your best guess. It'll either be Lahi Kautai, the junior, who has started most of the season, or the sensational Brandon Carter, the senior, who is Mr. Do-Everything for head coach Steve Lineweaver. Kautai, the junior, 40 of 70 through the air. That's right. He's only thrown the ball 70 times in 13 ball games. That's it. 596 yards, 4 touchdowns, but 4 interceptions as well. He's thrust the ball for 127 yards and 4 TDs on the ground as well. Carter, meanwhile, fills up the stat sheet in every possible way. 21 of 35 through the air for a team-leading 60% completion rate. Team-leading 597 yards passing, team-leading 5 touchdowns, and he has not thrown a pick this year. He is 24th in the Metroplex in scoring, 34th in rushing. Meanwhile, he's only played quarterback a handful of games this year, but he has put up 73 rushing attempts for 896 yards, good for 12.3 yards per rush, best on the team, 11 touchdowns on the ground as well. He has caught 21 balls, a team high, for 356 yards, and a team high 4 receiving touchdowns. Oh, by the way, yeah, he also punted as well. As a team, they've only punted 19 times in 13 games. He's got 5 of them, an average of 34 yards, most of them out of a quick kick set. 2 main running backs for Coach Steve Lineweaver will include Terrence Tucson, the senior, 19th in the area in rushing, 17th in scoring, 113 rushing attempts, 1,152 yards, good for 10.2 yards per carry, and 18 touchdowns on the ground, a team high. Tevin Williams, also a senior, also ranked in the top 30 in rushing and scoring, 28th in rushing, 22nd in scoring. He's got 156 attempts for 1,041 yards, 6.7 yards per rush, and second on the team with 16 touchdowns. So Tucson and Williams combining for an unbelievable 34 touchdowns this season. And then you add in the 20 different ones that Carter has accounted for as well, either passing, rushing, or receiving. Those are the 3 main horses. The horses, though, run behind a great offensive line. From left to right, the senior Justin Martin will be the left tackle. The left guard is Hiva Latui, a junior. Connor Cole is the senior center. And those 3 men, the left side of the line, all returning starters, a lot of experience for Coach Lineweaver. Julius Kautai, the brother of the quarterback Lahi Kautai, is the senior right guard. And at right tackle, Henry Leah Atua, the junior, will be the big right tackle. At tight end, a tremendous blocker. Only caught 4 balls for 63 yards, but the senior Nila Kazatati will be the tight end. They might often play 2 tight ends with Mote Maile, the sophomore. He's caught 1 pass. It was a 6-yard touchdown on the season. The other receivers, aside from Carter, will be Garland Rader, a senior, 13 catches, 395 yards. That's right, good for 30.4 yards per catch and 2 touchdowns. We'll also see Daniel Dorsey, a senior, 7 catches, 175 yards, 25 yards per catch, and a touchdown. So when they go to the air, it's not often, but they want to get huge chunks of yards, the explosive plays I talked about earlier in the pregame show. The fullback will be Paul Tuipulotu, a junior, 13 rushes, 78 yards, 5 rushing touchdowns, and a receiving touchdown as well. We'll also see Serge Insika, the senior, 34 rushes, 223 yards, and 3 touchdowns, and Joel Kimpella, a junior, 31 rushes, 412 yards, 3 touchdowns, and also a touchdown receiving. So that's the Trojan offense. Trojan defense, base 4-3, but a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage. Inoke Paipa is the senior defensive end, along with Wawa Leota, a junior. The defensive tackles, Andre Young, a senior, and Suleiman Masumbuko, a senior as well. So a very talented front four, especially those tackles. That's going to be a handful for the interior of the Cowboy offensive line tonight. Jonathan Yinga and Cisco Leota, the senior outside linebackers. Yinga on the strong side and Leota the weak side. Brian Nance is a junior middle linebacker involved in almost every tackle on the play. Quinico Thomas, the senior left corner. Devontae Simmons, the senior right cornerback. Laiu Moakiola is the junior free safety, a returning starter as a junior, played a lot as a sophomore last year. John Pipa is the strong safety, a junior, as the Trojans now have taken the field and are about to commence with their haka ritual, the ancient Polynesian dance that they have kind of adopted and has become a big part of Trojan culture over the last decade or so. For the Cowboys, when they're on offense, Joe Minden will be the quarterback. The 6'2", 190-pound senior, third in the Metroplex in passing, 206 completions and 336 attempts, a completion rate of 61.3%, 3,044 yards, 28 touchdowns, just 5 interceptions on the year. He also has 5 rushing touchdowns on the season and second on the team in rushing attempts with 64. The main ball carrier will be Cam McDaniel. No shock to anyone there. The 5'10", 190-pound senior recently verbally committing to attend Notre Dame in college and could be a part of the great Irish tradition. Fourth in the Metroplex in rushing, number 1 in scoring with 36 total touchdowns on the year. He's got 287 rushing attempts, 1,859 yards, 6.5 yards per rush, and 31 touchdowns on the year. He's also caught 38 passes for 475 yards and 3 touchdowns. The main receiver as far as receivers go, Tyler Landis, a 5'8", 160-pound senior, 7th in the Metroplex in catching, 72 receptions, 1,115 yards, and 13 touchdowns on the year. He had a big game last week against Midland. We'll also see Jason Lister, 5'11", 170-pound sophomore, 15 catches, 121 yards, and a touchdown. Cameron Smith, 5'10", 170-pound sophomore, 18 catches, 324 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Kyle Eckert, 6'1", 180-pound senior, 37th in the Metroplex in receiving yardage, 32 catches, 595 yards, a team-leading 18.6 yards per catch, and 5 receiving touchdowns on the year. Also, as a slot receiver will be Nate Ruby. He's more like an H-back because he used to be an offensive lineman last year. The 6'1", 200-pound senior, though, a good job catching the ball. 28 receptions, 401 yards, and 4 touchdowns on the year. The offensive line is probably where the game is going to be won and lost, is in the trenches. Lot riding on these 5 gentlemen. Left to right, Sam Rice, the left tackle, 6'4", 290-pound junior. Leighton Light, the left guard, 6'1", 270 pounds, a sophomore. Sterling Lucky is the senior center, 5'11", 230-pounder. The right guard is Jake Williams, 6'4", 295-pound junior. And Oli O'Malley is the right tackle, 6'3", 275 pounds, also a returning starter, the senior. On defense, the Cowboys will line up in the traditional 3-4 set, but pretty much 7 guys are responsible for stopping the run, and they've been good at it this year. 5th in the Metroplex in rushing yards per game allowed, including 131.2 per contest allowed by this Cowboy defense. They will be tested in that department tonight for sure. Austin Buss is the nose guard, 5'11", 220-pound junior. The ends, William Uday, 6'1", 220-pound sophomore, and Tanner Rice, a 6'1", 235-pound senior. Middle linebackers, Michael Quast, 5'11", 205-pound senior, and Cody Marr, the 5'11", 205-pound senior. On the outside, Preston Odette, 6'1", 210-pound senior, will be on the weak side. The strong side is Brandon Mullins, another ball hawk for Coach McBride and Mike DeWitt's defense. Mullins, 6'2", 200-pound senior. David Busby is the free safety, 5'11", 175 pounds, a junior. And Jacob Logan, the strong safety, 5'10", 175 pounds, a sophomore. Daniel Logan will be the right corner, 6 foot, 175 pounds, a senior. And the left corner, Bennett Okacha, 5'11", 175 pounds, senior. Might also see him in some offensive sets as well. We've seen that throughout the season, most notably in the playoffs, when they think they can take advantage of his athleticism. He is a true talent for Coach McBride and for the Cowboys. We're going to step aside for a break. When we come back, we should have the kickoff for tonight's contest, Coppell and Trinity, and it'll start right after this timeout on Champion Sports Radio.
Hi, I'm Drew Brees, NFL quarterback for the New Orleans Saints, here with Bugs Bunny to remind you to get moving every day.
Because when you get moving an hour a day,
you fuel your body and your mind.
So what do you like to throw around the football like Drew?
Skateboard.
Play frisbee in the park.
Ride a bike.
Kick the soccer ball around.
Or dance in your room.
Just move it your way.
Because nothing makes you feel better than moving every day.
And that makes you part of a winning team.
So be a player.
You'll have more energy to do the things you like to do.
Move it your way and be a player.
Get up and play an hour a day, Doc. Check out how to be a player at letsmove.gov.
Head online to get tips on great ways to get moving every day.
That's right, at letsmove.gov. Let's hear that one more time, Doc. That's www.letsmove.gov. A message from the Ad Council and HHS.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts. What kind of athlete are you? Maybe you're an awesome athlete getting ready to compete at the college level, or a younger athlete who wants to make varsity next year. Or maybe you don't want to compete in athletics at all, you just want to be stronger and faster. No matter what your goal, it's time to get into the game at Velocity Sports Performance. Velocity Sports Performance is the ultimate training facility that offers you a chance to be instructed by world-class performance coaches who have taught professional and Olympic-level athletes. You'll be training at the same places the pros do. Now, when you first come in, they'll measure your stats in speed, strength, and agility. And as you train in their state-of-the-art facilities, you'll be able to see your progress and improvement and get the results you want. Your opponents won't want to see you coming. So stop by their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or visit them on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Call and ask how you can get a free training session at 469-293-4340. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance. And welcome back to Dragon Stadium, ladies and gentlemen. We are about ready to have the kickoff of this huge showdown between the Cowboys and the Trojans. About to have, I think, a truly memorable experience in the high school football realm. Thomas Lee here with you, joined, of course, by Bart Castle. Partner, you and I were at Cowboy Stadium the last time we saw Trinity lose a playoff game. We weren't there in 08, but in 06, we were high in the press box getting ready to do the Hebron-Cedar Hill contest. And it's pretty exciting. This kind of build up, this anticipation, that's kind of why we do what we do, isn't it?
Absolutely. A few minutes ago, Thomas, I went out into the stadium, and I mean, I've been to a lot of Coppell ball games this season and was out in the stands early before most of them. There hadn't been a buzz like this one at a ball game this season. I mean, this is not only as big a game as they'll be this weekend in Texas. No offense to our friends in the other 49 states, but this would match the environment of any high school football game in America.
Coin toss happening out on the field right now. Of course, Trinity, the designated home team in this contest. So it'll be up to the Cowboys. Look like Joe McBride has sent out the usual four captains.
That would be Bennett Akacha, Cam McDaniel, Tanner Rice, and Brandon Mullins, the linebacker.
Trinity has won the toss, elected to defer in the second half.
And you can kind of hear a little bit from our official that the Trojans won the toss. They elected to defer. Cowboys will receive to start the ball game. Our referee, Rusty Hicks, Lee Jones, the umpire, head linesman Steve Becker, line judge Gary Caraway, and Beryl Bailey, the back judge, a Houston chapter of officials to officiate this contest. Peter?
Thomas, one thing we're going to have to talk about is the wind. Nothing new for Coppell to play in wind. Last week down in Midland, a big win. Tonight is another big win. It's a cross breeze here at Dragon Stadium, so it's going to definitely affect, I think, the kicking game. Not with the distance, but with the directional kicking. It will definitely make a difference. Maybe Ryan can tell us what it's like down the field when we get a minute.
The kicker for the Trojans, 1 for 4 entering the playoffs, hit 3 of 3 against Allen in the 2-point victory. So that was huge for the Trojans in that one. Maybe equally as important for the Cowboys here tonight to try to get any kind of advantage that they can in this contest. Cam McDaniel, the deepest of 3 men back for Coppell. Okacha is also back there standing at the 20-yard line. It'll be interesting to see how much they try to kick away from Cam. And, of course, brilliant strategy by Joe McBride, just trying to get the ball into arguably his best player's hands as often as possible, Bart.
Well, and Cam McDaniel has actually run 2 punts back for kickoffs this year, so he's not just back there as some kind of a fluke. He's a dangerous return man.
Here's the kickoff. It's going to bounce at the 8-yard line, picked up there by McDaniel. He takes it out, angling to the left side, gets to the edge of the 20, to the 30, to the 40, down the left sideline, runs into a would-be tackler, and then is thrown out of bounds, but not until he crosses into Trinity territory. Brian Munoz, the junior, was the one who made the stop, but the Cowboys are going to start in Trojan territory with their first drive of the night.
I said he wasn't just back there as a decoy. He took the kickoff. It actually went past Jeff Smiley. He picked it up on the right side of the field and cut clear back across the field. Deceptive speed and went down the sideline. Good job by Munoz, or it might already be 6-0.
Typical 4-receiver set for the Cowboys. 3 of them to the right, 1 to the left. Ball on the left hash in a pistol set. Minden, look back system over to the sideline. He has McDaniel behind him and to the right. First play from scrimmage. Play action fake to McDaniel. Minden going to the air, firing all the way to the end zone. It is up for grabs. Contact, no flag, and it's incomplete.
One of the things that happened last week, Coppell also came out on offense, Thomas. They were actually going into the wind, and their first 3 plays were passes. And so they're not going to be afraid of this wind. They're going to run their offense.
Pass intended for Kyle Eckerd. It was double coverage as the safety rotated over in Pipa. An excellent job by the cornerback, and that was Jimmy Granberry in on the coverage. Second down and 10 from the Trojan 46 from the left hash. Delay draw right up the middle. McDaniel, there he goes inside the 40, all the way down near the 35. They're actually going to mark him down at the 37, so a yard shy of the first, a 9-yard gain on second down. Suleiman Masumbuko, the senior defensive tackle, was the one who made the stop, and it's 3rd and short for the Cowboys.
Well, a bit of a delayed play that we used to call a draw. They've got all kinds of names now, but McDaniel does a good job getting in behind Sterling Lucky and getting upfield.
Lister wide right in this set. Ruby slot right, Landis tight right. Handoff right up the middle. McDaniel surging forward. This is going to be probably about a half-yard shy of the first, as the feet kind of slipped out from underneath Coppell. Tyler Orwig is in there on the stop. It's going to bring up 4th down and inches. It is of note, only 2 teams have ever won here, aside from the Carroll Dragons, in this stadium. And one of them were the Coppell Cowboys in the first year that this stadium was open. Just the 2nd game ever. So perhaps part of the strategy of Steve Lineweaver choosing this location, thinking that Coppell has a lot of bad memories here. Well, they also have some good ones too, Bart.
And that was a big game. That stopped a long Carroll Dragon winning streak. And so whatever advantage he might have gained is not going to be huge.
They stretched the chains out. Sorry, Bart. It's about 6 inches shy of the first. So 4th down and inches for the Cowboys, and I would not be surprised at all if Joe McBride sent the offense out on the field to try to pick up a few inches and set an early tone.
Well, and we may see our first play here. Tonight's ball game is likely going to be won between the lines. You hear that at all levels of football, but very important tonight. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Coppell hand the ball to Cam McDaniel and trust their line to out-execute that talented Trinity defensive front.
Lister wide right, Nate Ruby slot right. Tight right is Tyler Landis. That's the wide side of the field, but not by much. Ball right in the middle of the field. Minden quickly up under center, tries a QB sneak. He's got it. Needed 6 inches, got a yard and a half all the way down to the 35. Big fourth down gamble for Joe McBride and the Cowboys, and they convert. 1st and 10 in Trinity territory.
Well, this ball game is likely going to be nip and tuck, and one of the teams is eventually potentially going to have to take a bit of a chance. They do by going for it on 4th down. Great call to have Minden sneak up to the line of scrimmage and follow the center to a 1st down.
Mohangi Latu was the one who made the stop, but not soon enough for Trinity. 1st and 10 at the Trojan 35, right in the middle of the field. Still 3 receivers left. Same in order from right to left. Lister, Ruby, Landis. Back to pass. 1st and 10. Has time, fires down the seam, has a man at the 8. Nice sliding catch. And it's hauled in by the biggest of receivers for the Coppell Cowboys.
Nice play there, Nate Ruby. You mentioned a great story. Last year, Nate was an honorable mention all-district left tackle. This year, he's the H-back, and they get it down to him. He was in an open spot between the linebackers and the secondary.
1st and goal, Cowboys at the Trojan 8. Option right. Minden with a late fake pitch, now turns it up. He is hit, spins off another tackle, and is going to be stopped. Actually going to be a loss of 2 on the play. Manuki Neo was the first one on the scene, and a whole host of Trojan defenders joined Polo in on making that stop. 2nd and goal from the 10 for the Cowboys.
The Cowboys run the option to the right side or short side of the field on that play and try to give the Trojans a different kind of a look. However, Trinity very athletic and very fast, and they get to the play before it can really unfold.
We have an official timeout. Normally when this happens, there's a player down. Oh, I see somebody being helped off now. And that is one of the largest. It's Mohangi Latu, the defensive tackle. The big junior wearing 96. And he is being helped off of the field. I didn't see anybody down on the ground. He was actually being helped up by his teammates. And the officials doing the very...
He was down just, I'm sorry, Thomas, to talk about, he was down just momentarily. He got in a pile up there right about at where the 10 is on the field, and somehow apparently got injured in that tangle of bodies.
So after the official timeout, Cowboys come back out. Same 4 receiver set, but now with the ball on the right hash, they send 3 receivers to the left. Eckert wide left, Landis slot left. Ruby almost like a tight end on the left side of the line. He's so close in. Waiting for the officials to blow the whistle and get the play started again. Here we go, 2nd down and goal from the 10 for the Cowboys. Shotgun snap is back, looking, stepping, firing to the end zone. It is knocked away, actually, by Landis. The pass was almost intercepted by one of the safeties.
Well, they had Tyler Landis out on the left side of the formation as the slot receiver. Joe Minden came up with the pass and looked at him. Looked like he had him open momentarily, however, he just threw it over his head.
3rd down and 10 from the right hash. Lister all alone wide right. That's the short side of the field. Now joining him on that side is Tyler Landis. To the wide side of the field, Eckert wide left, Ruby slot left. 2-by-2 spread, 3rd and goal from the 10. Back to pass, McDaniel stays in the block. Minden bounces off one tackler, tries to spin away from another, and finally is going to be thrown down to the ground by Cisco Leota. We do have flags down on the field as the Trojan fans are going nuts. It was 1st and goal at the 8, and if the play stands, it's going to be pushed back now to the 16, and it'll be 4th and goal. But hold the phone. Flags on the play, and it is going to be holding against the Cowboys.
It looked like as the pocket began to collapse there in the middle of the line, trying to keep the Trojans from off of Minden, maybe that's where they picked up the penalty, I would imagine, after the sack, and in fact they do decline the penalty, and so they go from 1st and goal at about the 8. Likely bring on Nick Jordan for a field goal attempt, and this is one of those places, Thomas, where we talk about balance, because they've got a great kicker in Jordan, and so this doesn't necessarily mean no points on this first drive.
Field goal unit is out there. Cody Bonner, the deep snapper. Kyle Eckert, the holder. The kick is up. Plenty of leg on this one for Nick Jordan, and it is good. The first points of the night belong to the Coppell Cowboys as they jump out to a 3-0 lead over the Trinity Trojans.
Learned a couple of things on that drive that are bound to be exciting to the Cowboys. They had several good pass plays. Certainly didn't capitalize like they would like to. A nice defensive stand by Trinity once they got inside the 10-yard line.
Step aside for a break. When we come back, it'll be Trojan ball. Down 3-0 to Coppell. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio. Coach to Cure MD is an annual fundraiser that raises money for Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. It's the largest fundraising and research organization geared specifically for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Duchenne is a genetic and progressive disease that takes the lives of most people before their 30th birthday. Coach to Cure MD continues to grow with support from more than 5,200 high school and college coaches at over 400 different institutions, and you can help this fall by joining Coach McBride and the Cowboys on Friday, October 1st when they host Denton High. All the coaches will be wearing the Coach to Cure MD patches on their sleeves, and anybody who donates at least $1 at the gate will receive a matching sticker to proudly wear in the stands. The ultimate goal is to raise at least $1,000 for research and also raise public awareness about such a tragic disease. So come out and support Coppell football and Coach to Cure MD. See you at the stadium, and go Cowboys!
Back at Dragon Stadium, the Cowboys on the scoreboard. They go 9 plays, 30 yards, 2:47 off of our clock. Nick Jordan's 33-yard field goal. We have our first score. It's the Cowboys 3, Trinity nothing. 9:13 remain in our first quarter.
We'll check in with Ryan Mueller on the sideline after the kickoff as Jordan's going to have this thing teed up at the 40. He was bombing them, and I mean bombing them in pregame warmups. He had it right on the Dragon logo in the middle of the field and was getting close to booting him through with what would be 60-yard field goals. A little bit of a breeze, sometimes from his back, sometimes in his face. Right now it looks like it may actually be a little bit, not only in his face, but also a little bit from left to right. So here's the kickoff. Approaches, it's a high, short kick, not wanting to give an explosive play in the return game. It is fielded down inside the 25. The ball is loose. It's picked up by the Cowboys. Coppell has it. What a job on special teams by Patrick Hemphill to get the ball right back for the Cowboys.
Well, we talked about that you've got to take some chances. They kicked the pooch kick. The Trojans, number 18, Enrique Nkendo, tried to bring it in. However, he was not able to do so. And with it rolling around on the carpet, Hemphill does a great job to scoop it up. That's not necessarily how you draw it up, but having it in your possession is what you want. Coppell with the first big break of the ball game.
Philip Ellis also doing a great job of kind of tapping it back into play. And so it is 1st and 10 for the boys down at the 16-yard line. Minden in a shotgun set, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. From the right hash, 1st and 10 with McDaniel back and to the left of the quarterback, Joe Minden. Looking to pass, no delay, right up the middle. Boom! McDaniel goes right through the hole and right down inside the 10. What tough running from this young man as the senior takes it down to the 9. It's a gain of 7, and it'll be 2nd and 3.
When you first look at Cam McDaniel, Thomas, he doesn't look that big or that fast, but on 95% of the plays when they unpile, he's 6 or 7 yards downfield, just like he was there.
Brian Nance with the tackle for the Trojans, the junior middle linebacker. I said I'd say his name a lot. There he is right there. 2nd down and 3 from the Trojan 9. 2-by-2 spread. Another give. McDaniel spins off one would-be tackler, then is hit and driven back. Out to the line of scrimmage, no more than that, because once again Mr. Nance was there. 3rd down and 3 upcoming for the Cowboys.
And the challenge to all evening for the Cowboys is going to be that huge defensive front of the Trojans on that particular play. They do a great job collapsing the offensive line and getting to McDaniel quickly.
3rd down and 3. Possession down from the Trojan 9. 8 minutes remaining first quarter. They have a 3-0 lead. Going to the air. Pass right side. Caught. Landis. 1st down as he slips a tackle. Gets down inside the 5 and then is wrestled down. Look at the young man work his legs and keep fighting downfield. Finally brought down by John Pipa, the strong safety. But it's a 1st down for the Cowboys.
Minden raised up immediately. Tyler Landis was in the right flat. Got him the ball on really about a 1-step drop, and then Landis listed at 170. Frankly, I'm not sure he's that big, but as you said, continued to pump his legs and got down to the 2-yard line.
Terrell Williams was the first man there, and he couldn't quite bring him down. Great job by Landis. First and goal inside the 3. Handoff. McDaniel right through the middle of the line. Touchdown, Cowboys!
What a job on that play by Jake Williams and Ani Amali of just blowing out the right side of the line, and McDaniels gets into the end zone easily.
2-yard touchdown run for Cam McDaniel, and the Cowboys have jumped up by 2 scores here in the first half of the first quarter. Extra point crew is on. Jordan DeCap. A drive started with a special teams turnover. Kick is up, and it is good. 7:39 left to go here first quarter. Coppell is on top of the number 1 team in the nation, the Trinity Trojans, by a score of 10-0. We'll continue with more first quarter action on Champion Sports Radio right after this.
Just like every patient, you want the best for your child. While you want your child to be healthy and to enjoy participating in sports, you may also have concerns about their abilities and possible injuries. This is where Velocity Sports Performance can help. Whether your child wants to be the star of the team or just wants a little more playing time, they can help your young athletes reach their goals. The coaches at Velocity Sports Performance will push athletes to their limits, but not beyond them. They will use positive reinforcement to ensure that your child feels good about his or her accomplishments. And at the completion of the first program, you'll see the improvement in your child's athletic performance and a boost in self-confidence from what they've achieved. So help your young athletes start off on the right foot by visiting their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street, or call to inquire about a free training session at 469-293-4340. Check out a list of their programs on the web at www.velocitysb.com. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
Back at Dragon Stadium, Coppell takes advantage of the short field, goes 4 plays, 16 yards, only a minute 30 off the clock, guys, and Cam McDaniels knows what to do when he gets the ball on the 2-yard line, puts his head down, follows that big offensive line. Touchdown, Cowboys. 10-0 Coppell, 7:39 remaining in our first quarter.
Quickly down to the field, we check in with Ryan Mueller.
Mel Thomas down here on the sidelines and very excited are these Cowboy fans. And, of course, they're packed in like sardines down here. Of course, we're right next to DFW, and a plane just went by. I bet folks that on that plane flying by not really familiar with the temperature here. Probably think it's 30 degrees the way these Coppell fans are huddled around each other. It's not the cold weather. It's pretty warm down here, about 60 degrees. It's just the excitement of the football game. It is a jam-packed Dragon Stadium with Cowboy fans.
Here's the kickoff from left to right. Jordan approaches. Another high short kick down the right side. Fair catch called for and made at about the 28 or 29. And then flags come flying in. May have been out of bounds when he made the catch, so it could be a kick out of bounds. We will have to wait and see what the official indication is going to be. But you couldn't have asked for a better start to this game, Bart.
Need to get off to a fast start against a very talented Trinity team and keep them from being able to play out ahead. And the Cowboys able to capitalize on the first break of the turnover. The miscue in the receiving game by the Trojans, they take it into the end zone quickly. And so we'll see here what the penalty is. Don't want to give Trinity any opportunity to play with a short foul. Short field, pardon me.
Yeah, kick out of bounds is the penalty. So the line of scrimmage is going to be the 35 for the Trojans to start. On their first real possession of the contest, they were set to get it back, but a fumble on the kickoff return gave the Cowboy offense the ball right back. So first time we see this powerful offense. Lai Kautai is the quarterback. Carter in motion, fake to him, handoff right up the middle. Tevin Williams gets 5, 6, 7 yards for number 7. As he takes it out to the 42-yard line before being tackled by Bennett Okacha. And again, if you weather the storm and let these nice gains happen, that's not going to kill you as bad as the big explosive plays from the Trojans.
And one of the key matchups from keeping one of those happen, Austin Buss in the middle of the line, only 220 at the nose tackle, playing against Connor Cole, 286 right there in the middle of the line.
Second down and 3 from the 42. Play action fake. Cowtie rolling out to the right. Thinks about, no, he passes it. I thought he was going to tuck it and run. Nice little lob pass right into the hands of Kazatati. He takes it down inside the 30 to the 29.
Well, you mentioned Kazatati. I believe you said it only caught 8 passes. However, they rolled there to the right, and they flip it out to him behind the linebackers for a big gain.
Yeah, just the 5th reception of the year for Nila Kazatati. Jacob Logan, the sophomore strong safety, is the one that brings him down. Gain on the play is pretty impressive as it moves the ball all the way down to the 29-yard line for the Trojans. 1st and 10, Cowboy territory. Play action fake, handoff up the middle, bouncing to the outside and lunging forward. That's Tevin Williams once again trying to attack straight downhill. Logan once again in there on the stop. It'll bring up second down.
Mentioned that the Cowboys play a 3-4. Typically the 3-down linemen this season, Tanner Rice and William Uday at the ends and Austin Buss, have been able to occupy all 5 of the offensive linemen and allow the 4 linebackers to make a lot of plays. Tonight that'll be a real challenge because of the size mismatch.
Second down and 4 from the Cowboy 23. Near the left hash, I formation, handoff Williams. Up the middle, it's hit, the ball comes loose, the Cowboys have recovered! Yes, there's the official indication! Second turnover forced in the first half of the first quarter by the Cowboys. Uday came in and weighed into Williams, popping the ball loose, and the Cowboys take over on their own 24-yard line.
You mentioned exactly what happened as Williams spun. Uday got a hand on it, and then, believe it or not, as the ball was bouncing around, he got up off the pile and got back on top of the ball to recover it, and so he both created and recovered the turnover himself.
From the right hash, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Look back, get the check from the coaching staff. 1st and 10 from their own 24. They go to the air. Minden looking, has all sorts of time, now rolls out to his right, tucks it and runs to the 25, to the 30, and steps out of bounds just shy of the 35. Flag comes in. Tyler Landis with a great block coming back, but it may have been a little too much. That may be what the infraction is for the flag.
Well, when you're 170 pounds, you don't often get an opportunity to flatten somebody. Unfortunately, I'm not sure Tyler was able to get his head out in front of the lineman that he blocked right at the sideline, and so instead of a big play, we may go backwards.
Yeah, the penalty is going to be on Coppell.
One of the things the Cowboys don't want to do tonight, it goes without saying, is they don't want to have big plays taken away by penalties.
We have a block in the back on the offense. 10-yard penalty, still first down.
That was a really close call, fellas. I think the officials are going to, they know how important this game is, and they know how high-strung these kids are right now. I think you're going to see them try to take control of the football game. They just showed the replay. I'm not quite sure if that was the right call or not, but the one thing it was is right in front of the Trinity sideline, so I'm sure that had a lot to do with that flag being thrown.
3 receivers left, 1 to the right. 1st down and 12. Pass into the zone, and it's hauled in. What a catch made by Kyle Eckert. 10-yard gain. And all of a sudden now we have another officials convention and more laundry on the field. Jimmy Granberry was there on the coverage, but Eckert looking it in, catching it with his hands before it touched the ground from our point of view. And we'll have to once again wait and see what the officials have to say about this one.
And depending on whether they show the replay, I think what the replay, if they show it on the Jumbotron, is going to show is that Granberry had his hand on Eckert's back. Kyle made a great play. I'm not sure how the ball got past Granberry's outstretched arms. Great concentration by Kyle to pull it in, and so they're going to pick up the first down.
On the defense.
Pass interference on the defense is the call.
Automatic first down.
It's going to be an automatic first down at the 32.
Coppell has shown that they have confidence in that offensive line to provide Joe Minden with pass blocking protection, and I think we'll see that as part of that balanced attack we talked about in the open.
Minden had all sorts of time on the original first down play 2 plays ago. Now it's 1st and 10, Cowboys on their own 32 from the left hash. 3 receivers right, that's the wide side of the field. Eckert all alone wide left. Blitz look, handoff McDaniel right up into the teeth of the defense, and he gets maybe a yard before he is wrestled down to the turf.
One of the challenges tonight is going to be the matchup right there in the middle of the line between Leighton Light, Sterling Lucky, and Jake Williams, between Andre Young and Suleiman Masumbuko there in the middle of the Trinity line. And on that particular play, it was Young and Masumbuko who were able to hold the line of scrimmage.
Yinga finishing off the tackle. Officially a gain of 1. 2nd down and 9 from the middle of the field. Ruby slot left, Eckert wide left. Landis slot right, Lister wide to the right. Back to pass on 2nd and 9. All sorts of time again for Minden. Fires, out pattern, caught, Jason Lister, first down Cowboys. Tackle made by Terrell Williams, the junior cornerback. And right now the Cowboys, not only is Minden having time, he's finding open receivers downfield.
One of the great real advantages Coppell has, they have 7 different receivers, Thomas, that have at least 10 catches on the season. And so not only do they have balance run pass, it's hard to decide who to try to cover as a receiver.
3-man defensive line for the Trojans. 3 receivers left and 1 to the right. Lister making that first down catch wide right. 1st and 10, Cowboys on their own 44 from the right hash. Play action fake, swing pass, Landis catches it and motors downfield, diving in between blockers into Trojan territory, inside the 40, inside the 35, and finally pushed out, I think inside the 30-yard line. Is that where they're going to mark it? The officials are walking around. Now, he's going to say they stepped out at the 35, I believe. Moakiola was the one who finally got there. Wonderful blocking from Eckert and Ruby, moving it downfield for a 19-yard gain.
And that was exactly the point of the play. They flipped it out there on the flat pass to Tyler Landis. Great play.
3 receivers now to the right. Ruby tight right. Landis slot right. Wide to the right is Lister. Eckert all alone wide left, the short side of the field. 1st and 10 at the Trojan 35. Already a 10-0 Coppell lead. Minden to the air once again. Has time, pass, left side, and this is at the feet of McDaniel. He would have gained probably 5 yards before any contact, too. Just the check down a little too quick for Minden, who looks like he's really settling in nicely in this big-time ball game.
This is the first year for Joe Minden to be the starter, and from the first ball game, he's been impressive, and he's shown that he can control and really play within himself. I think, as Pete mentioned a few moments ago, big ball game, a little bit of excitement there. Had he been able to hit Cam McDaniel there, it would have been a big play.
Minden now looking to the sideline, perhaps changing the protection. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. McDaniel to his left, looking to pass, slant, caught, spins away from one tackle and very close to a first down. Excellent little dig route run on the left side by Kyle Eckert, brought down by Devontae Simmons. The senior cornerback for the Trojans, going to bring up 3rd and short.
I mentioned the challenge. Tyler Landis is the receiver with the most catches, but you're going to see tonight the ball go to Kyle Eckert, as we have twice already on this drive. Nate Ruby is a big receiver. He caught the pass down to the 8-yard line. Tyler Landis a factor. Jacob Lister. This is a hard group of Cowboy receivers to contain.
Minden got popped on the release, too. Nice job standing in there. 3rd down and inches for the Cowboys at the Trojan 26. Ruby in motion, wing back left side. No, not a handoff to McDaniel, but instead, Minden follows Cam right through the hole before Manuki Neo is able to bring him down at the 22. 1st down Cowboys as they move the chains once again.
And on that play, one of the things they did, I mentioned that last season Nate Ruby was an undersized honorable mention all-district tackle. They bring him across the formation, and then he stops behind the left guard and becomes a next blocker to help Joe Minden pick up the first down.
8th first down of this first quarter for Coppell. They already lead at 10-0, 3 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Back to pass, pumps, pulls it back down, now runs to the left side, has some room to the 20, to the 15, picks up a block, and is leveled right at the 15-yard line. So a nice gain of 7 before Jonathan Ginga brings him down. And it'll be 2nd down now and 3.
And on that play, he wasn't carrying the ball, but Cam McDaniel shows what a complete player he is downfield. He absolutely flattened Des Richardson. They just showed it on the Jumbotron. Richardson is still thinking he got hit by a Cooper Mini.
3 receivers right, 1 to the left. 2nd down and 3 from the Trojan 15. Snap is back. Play action, zone read. Nope, hand it off. Fighting forward for a yard, maybe 2, is McDaniel before he is brought down. Moakiola once again in the vicinity along with Brian Nance. Just a gain of 1, 3rd down and 2 upcoming for the Cowboys.
McDaniel there looked like he was going to be caught in the backfield, but he does a spin move and shows why he's so valuable. Very seldom do they catch him for a loss.
2-by-2 spread on 3rd down and 2 from the Trojan 14. Ball near the middle of the field, closer to the left hash. Menden with McDaniel to his left. 3rd and 2. Shotgun snap is back, wants to go in the air. Steps, fires. This is in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Had a little bit of space down there, but Landis just couldn't quite hold on near the 15. He would have had to make a move to get the first down anyway. So now decision time. 4th and 2. Do you kick the field goal to go up 13-0, or do you try to move the sticks?
I think in this situation, in a ball game of this magnitude where scores may be hard to come by, you appreciate the fact that you've got a great place kicker in Nick Jordan, and you bring him out and you get yourself some additional points.
Already booted through a 33-yard field goal. This would be a 31-yard attempt. Good snap, good hold. Gets his foot into it. Plenty of leg on this one as it sails up and through the uprights. 31-yard field goal for Nick Jordan. That is his 6th field goal of the season, and the Cowboys have opened up a 13-0 lead over the Trinity Trojans. 1 minute, 42 seconds left to go in the first quarter. We'll be back to Dragon Stadium right after this timeout. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio.
Real NFL fans know all the rules, and rule number 1 is if you want a great NFL experience, you choose Verizon Fios. Fios has NFL Network covering all 32 teams every day, and NFL Red Zone showing you every scoring play on Sunday afternoons. So there's no such thing as stopping the clock. And don't worry about unnecessary roughness, because Fios offers a smooth, crystal clear picture with 100% fiber optic HD quality. Delay of game won't be a problem either, because Fios gives you fantasy stats and updates right on your screen without ever leaving the game you're watching. In fact, the NFL on Fios is so much bigger and better than ever, you'll want to get a replay review because you won't believe your eyes. So what are you waiting for? Use a timeout right now and call 1-888-GET-FIOS to see how Verizon Fios has changed all the rules. That's 1-888-438-3467. It's time to experience the NFL like never before. It's time for Fios. Fios available in select areas. Separate subscription may be required for NFL programming.
Back at Dragon Stadium in Southlake, Coppell takes advantage once again of another Trinity turnover. They go 64 yards in 11 plays. Nick Jordan's 31-yard field goal changes the scoreboard. Coppell now leads 13-10, still 142 in our first quarter.
Quickly down to the sideline, we check in with Ryan Mueller.
Yeah, Thomas, the only blue spot down here, the sea of red on the sideline, is Hebron Hawks head coach Brian Brazel and his son David. Of course, Joe McBride used to work under Brian Brazel over at Hebron High School, and I asked Coach if he had any words of wisdom for Joe McBride, and he said, no, Joe doesn't need any of that the way his kids play for him. He said, I just very simply told him to enjoy it. Coach McBride's got to be pleased with a 13-0 lead.
Kickoff down the right side, fielded at the 10, outside of the 15 to the 20, and then gang tackle at about the 25-yard line. And a nice job on the return for the Trojans. That's Matt Hawkins, a sophomore. One of the, not really up guys, but not really the deep return man that Coach Lineweaver would like to get the ball in the hands of. That's Brandon Carter. Maybe Tevin Williams, maybe Savad Boykin. But either way, the Trojans now will take over 1st and 10 on their own 25-yard line, trailing 13-0. Minute 33 left to go in the first quarter. Kind of reminds me of a playoff game last year where the Plano Wildcats got on top of the Trinity Trojans by a score of 14-0 early in the first quarter. Of course, the Trojans came storming back in that one and were able to win it in overtime 41-38. Carter, the quarterback, rolling to his left, makes two-man miss. Now gets tied up just across the 30 at about the 33 and is pulled down to the ground. Austin Buss in there to finally finish it off. But you saw right there the electrifying moves of the very talented Brandon Carter.
He came around and got the ball from the left side on a reverse, and then once he got out into the flat, had the option to either throw it or run. A nice job by Coppell downfield to keep him from being able to throw it, so he tucks it in and runs. but still picks up 8 yards. As you said, Thomas, that provided an opportunity at just a peek at why Brandon Carter is so dangerous.
Daniel Logan was the first man on the scene to try to slow him down. Here's a handoff, no play action fake. Faked it to Tucson on the end around. Carter keeps it, and he's going to be hit 2-3 times. He's still not down. He's still fighting hard. And you see the wonderful heart and tenacious nature of Carter on that play as he moves it out to the 39. And that's going to be a first down for the Trojans before Quas and company can bring him down.
You mentioned in the open how talented Carter was. He actually took the snap as the quarterback on that play, and it looks like the Trojans are going to have him run the offense now for at least for the next few plays. We'll see how Coppell adjusts.
Quickly under center. Carter, toss, sweep right side. Tucson trying to turn the corner. He is hit at the 43, dives forward to the 44. Logan helping to bring him down, but Terrence Tucson with a modest gain of 5 on first down brings up, actually, no, they're going to mark him all the way to the 45. That's a gain of 6. Second down and 4 upcoming.
Well, on that particular play, a nice job by William Uday to keep that whole side from collapsing. He and Brandon Mullins forced the play back into the middle of the field so that Jacob Logan can make the tackle.
3 seconds left in our first quarter clock. Snap back, handoff coming around the right side. It's going to be hit and dropped, a couple of yards gained. But Busby finally brings down the ball carrier for the Trojans and Jonathan Brown, a junior, and that'll be the final play of the first quarter. A first quarter dominated by the Coppell Cowboys. At the end of one, Coppell 13, Trinity nothing. Trojans driving when we start the second quarter right after this timeout. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio.
It was a cold, blustery day for football legend Michael Strahan.
Hey, it's Mike. Actually, it was like 72 degrees, but it was breezy.
On the way to his single-season sack record, victory was in the air.
I was holding a Dr. Pepper, which I guess tastes like victory because it has those original 23 flavors I love.
I'm trying to make you look awesome. Please cooperate.
You don't have to make us look awesome. I got my record, and Dr. Pepper has 23 amazing flavors.
Well, I need to say something.
Read this.
The ice-cold Dr. Pepper cascading over freshly frozen crushed ice. Every sip as original and delicious as Strahan's vicious hits.
There you go.
There's nothing like a pepper. Trust me.
That's my line. Trust me. I've sent people to the doctor.
We start the second quarter of play here at Dragon Stadium in Southlake, Texas. Coppell 13, Trinity nothing. The Region 1 final here, that last play resulted in a first down for Jonathan Brown. So the Trojans now have it just shy of midfield at their own 49-yard line. First down and 10. And a vastly different ball game for the front three as we were talking about during the break there, Bart.
The front three of Coppell all season long, one of the things that Joe McBride and his offensive line coach Steve Flesh really said was the assignment of the 3 down linemen for Coppell was not so much making tackles per se, but occupying all 5 offensive linemen. That's one thing when they weigh what normal linemen weigh. When they're as big and as fast as this Trinity line, that's quite an assignment.
Wingback on the left side, Cowtie in at quarterback, play fake. Now looking for Carter, passes high, he tips it to himself, down the sideline he goes, still on his feet, and he steps out of bounds at the 22-yard line. Busby finally pushes him out, but it's going to go for 24 yards and a Trojan first down.
Cowtie does a nice job there on a rollout to the left. He flips it to Brandon Carter. It looked like it was going to go over his head, as you just mentioned. However, with his athleticism, he simply tips it to himself and gets downfield after catching the ball in the hole between the linebackers and the secondary. There's some idea of what Sooner fans are going to be looking at next year.
Raider wide left, Carter now in motion into the backfield. Snap back, direct snap to Carter. He sweeps around the left side. His hit spins away from a tackle and is going to get a gain of about 4 before he is brought down by Michael Quas, and that may be the best defended play aside from the forced fumble we've seen from the Cowboys tonight.
A great job on that play by Daniel Logan, number 21, the cornerback. They had the receiver on that side set up to block Carter coming around the end. McDaniel did a great job tying up the receiver and making it so that literally Carter bumped into him, allowing Michael Quast to get there and make the tackle.
2nd down and 6 for the Trojans on the Cowboy 23-yard line from the left hash. One receiver either way. Cowtie under center, play fake to Carter, handoff Tucson right up the middle. He gets a couple more before he is spun down. Shy of the 20, Quast once again right in the thick of things, and it's going to bring up, I think, this is the first 3rd down of the night for the Trojans. It is. That's remarkable, although they don't have any points to show for it.
Part of the reason that Quast was able to get to the football, Austin Buss did exactly what he's supposed to do as the nose tackle. He occupied Connor Cole and the guard, and that let Quast get in on the ball carrier.
3rd down and 3 for the Trojans at the Coppell 20-yard line. Round in motion from right to left. Play fake to him. Play fake now to Tucson as well. Carter rolling right, looks downfield. Pass is thrown up in the air and hauled in by Kazatati. Busby was there on the coverage, but Kazatati is a big physical target. He just threw it up to him, did Carter. Kazatati brought it down in front of the defender, and it's a 1st and goal situation now for the Trojans at the 5-yard line.
Kazatati there like throwing to a mobile home. 6'4", 277 up against David Busby. Busby a great player, but 5'11", 175. Kazatati comes in with 5 catches, already caught 2 tonight.
Pitch play around the right side. Tucson stringing it out. Nice job by the Cowboy defense. Maybe a yard or 2 before the man is planted out of bounds. I think it was Daniel Logan on the tackle on the outside. Perhaps Marvin Parker as well, as they limit the speedy, tiny Tucson, as Coach Limelieber likes to call him, to just a 2-yard gain. 2nd and goal from the 3 upcoming.
That an indication of just how fast and athletic this Coppell defensive line is. It looked like he was going to go into the end zone. Logan holds him up, and Cody Marr able to take him down.
Tight set, handoff, powering right up the middle, and he's going to be, I think, just shy. No indication yet. The officials both rushing in. Nobody deciding anything, and now the arms go up. Touchdown for Tucson. 3-yard touchdown run, and the Trojans are on the scoreboard for the first time with 9:53 remaining in the first half.
A game effort by Austin Busby there. However, a nice job by Hibby Latu there in the middle, along with Connor Cole and Julius Cowtie, to just get Tucson into the end zone. Hard to keep that beef from making a dent in that defensive line.
Orwig on to attempt the extra point. Snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. New score from Dragon Stadium. Cowboys 13, Trojans 7, 9:53 remaining in the first half. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio. Coach to Cure MD is an annual fundraiser that raises money for Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. It's the largest fundraising and research organization geared specifically for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Duchenne is a genetic and progressive disease that takes the lives of most people before their 30th birthday. Coach to Cure MD continues to grow with support from more than 5,200 high school and college coaches at over 400 different institutions, and you can help this fall by joining Coach McBride and the Cowboys on Friday, October 1st when they host Denton High. All the coaches will be wearing the Coach to Cure MD patches on their sleeves, and anybody who donates at least $1 at the gate will receive a matching sticker to proudly wear in the stands. The ultimate goal is to raise at least $1,000 for research and also raise public awareness about such a tragic disease. So come out and support Coppell football and Coach to Cure MD. See you at the stadium, and go Cowboys!
Like any good football team will, Trinity gets their legs and goes down the field. A long Trinity drive, 10 plays, 75 yards, 3 minutes, 49 seconds off our clock. Terrence Tucson goes 3 yards into the end zone. New score, fellas, 13-7. Coppell over Trinity. And before I throw it back to you here, Thomas, a stat for you. Time of possession first quarter. Coppell controls the football for 8 minutes and 19 seconds. That's key if you're a Cowboy fan. You keep that offense of Trinity off the field. An outstanding job by Coppell in that first quarter.
So, Bart, how do you try to slow down Brandon Carter? He's so electrifying.
That it may be the $10,000 question, and frankly, that question may be the difference in whether or not Trinity wins the state title.
It's a big part of why they're here, that's for sure. Just ask Tom Westerberg's Allen Eagles. Orwig set to kick it off. Teed up on the 40, charges into it. It is, again, high and short down the right side, just like Coppell's been doing. Down to the 20. Picks up some blocks to the 25. Shakes off a tackle, 30-35, and brought down at about the 38-yard line. Tyler Landis with an excellent return there. He's so shifty and quick. He may not have that top-end speed that maybe Mr. Carter does, but his lateral movement and quickness is unsurpassed.
I can't tell you how many times this year there are bound to be coaches that went back and looked at a Coppell game film and said, how did that kid do that to us? He's not very big. As you said, he doesn't look very fast, but he, just like McDaniel, seems to consistently get upfield for 8 to 15 yards every time he touches the ball.
Check in with Ryan Mueller after this first down and 10 play. Cowboys have it 1st and 10 on their own 38. From the left hash, 3 receivers right. One to the left. That's the short side of the field. 1st and 10. Snap back. Minden looking to pass. Has time. Steps and fires. This is caught at the 42. Shakes off a couple tackles. To the 50. Into Trojan territory. Rumbling downfield to the 40. 35-30. Look at Ruby. Cut back. Still on his feet and runs into his own man. Like a locomotive coming down. Just jumped the tracks literally back in field. And all the way down to the 14-yard line. A gain on the play of 48.
What a run by Nate Ruby. He catches the short pass coming across the middle of the field, breaks 3 different tackles, a great stiff arm, and puts the linebacker down, and then just caught Cameron Smith by surprise.
1st and 10, quickly the line of scrimmage. Minden chases away, tries to throw it forward. Flags are going to come down.
I think we got to have the officials confer on this, because he tried to flip it out there to Tyler Landis, and Landis is a receiver. It's not like he tried to flip it out there to a guard.
Yinga got in there, just got a piece of the ankle. Joe McBride out on the field yelling, saying, hey, he was throwing it right at a receiver. In fact, it one-hopped to him. So I don't understand how that could be intentional grounding. Let's see what the officials have to say. There's the only opinion that really matters in this whole thing.
We have a receiver in the area, therefore we do not have intentional grounding.
Nice job by Rusty Hicks and his Houston group of getting together to talk about it.
And that's exactly what officials are supposed to do. I may officiate in a different sport, but that's what you're out there to do. A nice job by Hicks. Joe Minden showing how smart he is as he was about to go down. Sees Tyler Landis, didn't need to complete it, just didn't want to take the sack.
And at least get that arm going forward. You didn't want that to turn into a turnover on a fumble either. All right, we'll check in with Ryan Mueller after the second down play now, as we have another conversation.
And I think what we're going to see is a flag on Steve Lineweaver for continuing to give it to the official.
This Houston crew is not used to possibly working Trojan games. Steve Lineweaver very opinionated on the sideline for sure. Most of the time, he's dead on with his assessment as well. Yes, Peter?
Well, there was one play earlier in the game that one of the Trinity coaches was out at the numbers, and our head official went right to Coach Lineweaver and said, we ain't having this today, and exactly what we got again here.
And that is going to be the flag. Half the distance to the goal and an automatic first down. Down to the sideline, we check in with Ryan Mueller.
Thomas had a chance to catch up with the Cowboy training staff, and of course on that Trojan touchdown scoring drive, Cowboy defense was without defensive lineman Tanner Rice. They were tending to his right foot. They were just retaping it, and he should be back out there on that next series.
Thank you, Ryan. So now, instead of 2nd and 10 from the 14, it is 1st and goal from the 7. The Cowboys with an opportunity to jump back out on top by 2 scores.
And this would be huge. One of the things it will do is keep the momentum with the Cowboys. They need a touchdown here. They do not need another field goal against this explosive Trojan offense.
Cameron Smith has been in this entire series at wide receiver. He is split wide to the right in for Lister. Landis slot right. Looks like Ruby's going to line up tight right. That's the wide side of the field.
First down, therefore, we have 2nd down.
Well, the penalty was a dead ball penalty, so the down remains second. So technically now, second down and 3 from the 7. I hope that the officials and I are all on the same page. Rubio almost a wing back on the right side. That's the wide side of the field. McDaniel back into the right of the quarterback, Joe Minden. Shotgun snap, play action fake. Minden rolling out to his right, looking towards the end zone, stops, angles back to his left, picks up a couple of blocks and is leveled at the 10. So scrambled back and end up just losing 3 yards on the play. It's going to be 3rd down and 6 for the Cowboys thanks to the tackle by Andre Young, the defensive tackle.
Trojans showing there that they're not just big, but they're athletic. They push Minden to the far side of the field. He tries to cut back into the middle of the field to pick up some yardage, but they still bring him down for a slight loss.
And OK Pipa also there on the tackle. 2 for 3 on 3rd down of the Cowboys. This one is a 3rd down and 6 from the Trojan 10. 3 receivers left. That's the wide side of the field. Looking to pass. Minden is hit before he can get the ball out of his hands as Nance came. It was a sellout blitz. You just have man-to-man coverage in the end zone. They sent the house at Minden. A great leaping tackle by Nance. And it's going to bring up a field goal opportunity for the Cowboys.
As you just said, Brian Nance flies in. Cam McDaniel tries to block him, unable to do so, and he literally tackles McDaniel on the fly.
McDaniel was lined up to the right, and Minden had to kind of cut across, and that's how Nance had time to get there. So the field goal is going to be from 33 yards, this time to the east. The snap is down, the kick is up, and it is good. Another field goal for Nick Jordan, his 3rd of the game, and the Cowboys now lead the Trojans by a score of 16-7. 8:05 left to go first half. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio.
This is the hit show Tech and Talk. Hi, my friends. I'm Ranjit. Chad, next caller.
Hey, do you guys have some sort of formula for calculating the taxes and fees on a wireless bill?
Yes, of course. First, solve this equation. X plus Y squared, where X is your monthly rate and Y is your birth year.
Now, take the derivative of that number.
And any number that rhymes with it, write them on a wall and throw a dart. The number you hit are your taxes and fees, maybe.
But probably not.
The best formula is to switch to Metro PCS. They have a no-signed contract, $40 a month, unlimited plan where taxes and fees are included.
That equation is a piece of easy cake.
Get unlimited nationwide talk, text, and web for $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included. Metro PCS. Hello. Wireless for all. Certain restrictions apply. Some services not available in all covered areas. Coverage not available everywhere. Payment fees not included and may apply. Visit metropcs.com or a Metro PCS store for information on specific terms and conditions of service, coverage areas, handset capabilities, and applicable restrictions. Nationwide long distance available only in continental U.S. and Puerto Rico. Rate, services, and features subject to change.
Back at Dragon Stadium, another Nick Jordan field goal, his second 33-yarder of the night, caps off a 5-place, 44-yard drive. Only 1:48 off of our clock, guys. Coppell now leads 16-7, 8:05 remain in our first half.
My name is Thomas Lee, joined tonight by Bart Castle, Brian Mueller on the sideline, Sweet Pete Nielsen on the stats. Production assistance and spotting by the doctor, Alex Durling, alongside as well. Thank you for joining us here from Dragon Stadium. The Class 5A Division I Region 1 final between Coppell and Trinity. Cowboys on top of the Trojans, 16-7, with 8:05 left to go here in the first half.
I was simply going to say, Thomas, having Nick Jordan may end up being the difference in the ball game. He is an outstanding place kicker, 3 for 3 tonight, so that they've gotten points each time they've had the ball.
33, 31, and 30 yards, respectively. High kick all the way down, 1 yard deep in the end zone. Carter's going to bring it out to the 10, angling right to the 15. Contact there and is forced out of bounds. Excellent job on the coverage team for the Cowboys by Preston Odette, as the linebacker forces the very dangerous Carter out of bounds right near the 20. They may give him the 21. But the Trojans will take over 1st and 10. And if it weren't for their defense, they might be down 28-0 at this point. But the Trojans have been able to force some field goal attempts for the Cowboy offense.
That's different than what Coppell has seen. Other teams have not been able to yield those breaks and keep Coppell out of the end zone. It's not that the Cowboys didn't know they were in for a dogfight, but that alone shows you the difference in this Trinity defense and some of their previous opponents.
As Ryan said, Tanner Rice is back out on the field. Here's a handoff up the middle and absolutely nowhere to go. The door is slammed shut right on the running game. Cody Marr in on the tackle for the Cowboys. And they're going to give him a gain of 1 on the play to the 21. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Part of the reason Cody was able to make the tackle, again, Austin Buss giving away 60 pounds to Connor Cole, the Trinity center, holds his position, holds up the guard and the center, and makes it possible for Cody to make the tackle.
Carter, the quarterback, in a shotgun set. Snap is back. Play action fake to Brown. Now takes it right upfield. 1st down and more. And they may be gone off to the races right in the middle of the field. Sidesteps the defender to the 30, to the 25, and then finally is slung down from behind. Cody Marr coming back, making a touchdown-saving tackle as Brandon Carter was off to the races right up the middle of the field. Tremendous blocking, but so much of it made on his own. 57 yards in all for a Trojan 1st down.
Connor Cole paid back Austin Buss on that play, opened up the middle of the field, and then you mentioned it, Mr. Big Play. All Carter has to have is a crease, and it's going to be scary.
1st and 10 at the Cowboy 22-yard line. Tight set I formation. Toss sweep left, Tevin Williams. Following the blocks, patient running. Dives forward 5, maybe 6, maybe 7 yards. He gets close to the 15 before Cody Marr brings him down. It'll be 2nd down and 3 for the Trojans.
William Uday did his best on that play to try to hold that side of the line. Just so much beef out of these Trinity Trojans. The play just continued to kind of flow, not very quickly, but upfield. Nice job forcing the play out of bounds for the Cowboys so they couldn't go down the sideline for 6.
They mark him out at the 16, gain of 6 on the play. 2nd down and 4 for the Trojans from the left hash. Fullback, busting it right up through the middle, all the way down, just shy of the goal line. Hard running by Serge Nsika, the senior, finally brought down by Daniel Logan. But it's going to be 1st and goal at the 1-yard line for the Trojans. Here's that power attack.
They bring Nsika in, and they just hand him the ball, and he runs between Connor Cole and Julius Kautai. Just too much beef again for the interior lineman to hold him, and a nice job blocking the linebackers downfield allows him to get it right on the doorstep of the goal line.
2 tight ends as Mote Miley comes into the ballgame. Full house, they just snap it back, lunging up and over and into the end zone is Carter. Touchdown, Trojans. A 1-yard touchdown plunge for Brandon Carter. That is his 12th rushing touchdown of the season. The Trinity Trojans now an extra point away from really narrowing this thing up.
And that shows how significant those defensive stands are, Thomas. Thus far, statistically, Coppell has dominated this ball game, but in an extra point, they'll only have a 2-point lead.
Snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. And if nothing else should teach us this, the Arizona State game should last night. We should never count those extra points before they're hatched, just like Mike Stoops. 16-14 your new score. Cowboys on top of the Trojans. Coppell will get the ball back with 6:03 left to go here in the first half right after this timeout. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio.
Just like every patient, you want the best for your child. While you want your child to be healthy and to enjoy participating in sports, you may also have concerns about their abilities and possible injuries. This is where Velocity Sports Performance can help. Whether your child wants to be the star of the team or just wants a little more playing time, they can help your young athletes reach their goals. The coaches at Velocity Sports Performance will push athletes to their limits, but not beyond them. They will use positive reinforcement to ensure that your child feels good about his or her accomplishments. And at the completion of the first program, you'll see the improvement in your child's athletic performance and a boost in self-confidence from what they've achieved. So help your young athletes start off on the right foot by visiting their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or call to inquire about a free training session at 469-293-4340. Check out a list of their programs on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
Trinity goes 5 plays, 80 yards, 2 minutes and 2 seconds off the clock. Brandon Carter tops off with a 1-yard touchdown run for the touchdown. Carter's 57-yard jaunt, the big play in the drive, fellas. Coppell leads now 16-14. Still 6:03 remains in our first half.
Bart, you said a moment ago, right before the last field goal for the Cowboys, they need to score here to keep the momentum. But they need to punch into the end zone as well, because that's what the Trojans are doing. This is a high, short kick down the right side. Field at the 22, right up field to the 30, 35 almost. And that is where the drive will start for the Cowboys. Brian Munoz in on the stop. Tyler Landis with the return. And I don't know, the momentum is good. Touchdowns are better.
And you can't trade touchdowns for field goals. At the end of the ball game, it doesn't matter how many yards you ran up between the 20-yard lines. You can flatten an opponent statistically and still lose the ball game. Coppell has to be able to finish these drives off by getting into the end zone if they want to derail Trinity's march to the title game. 4
possessions, but 4 scores for the Cowboys. Sure, Joe McBride has got to be happy about that. He'd just like to see a few more 7s instead of 3s. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left from the left hash on their own 35, 1st and 10 for the Cowboys. Minden with McDaniel to his left. Goes to the air, steps and fires, and in and out of the hands of Landis. Right in the middle of the field. Found a little crease in that zone for the Trojans, and Minden put the ball on the money. For what is probably only a handful of times this year, Landis did not haul it in.
And the second time this ball game, Tyler knew he was in an open spot. He signaled Joe at the line of scrimmage. He just missed. They had a matchup they wanted. They had Landis on a linebacker, but he's got to catch the football.
2nd down and 10 from their own 35. Eckert all alone wide to the left. 3 receivers right. That's the wide side of the field. Blitz is picked up. Fires. This is caught. A very acrobatic catch by Landis. And he takes it 14 yards downfield to the 49-yard line before Quinico Thomas is there. Once he caught it, he turned and slipped through 2 defenders so fast, like a bolt of lightning, and he moves the chains. 1st down, Coppell.
Tyler makes up for the play previous by making an acrobatic catch, and then, as you said, no bigger than he is, I'm not quite sure how he got between those 2 players, but he does for another 5 yards.
1st and 10 from the right hash for Minden and the Cowboys. Look back, now they're ready to go. Shotgun snap is back, delay, draw. McDaniel, head of steam, into Trojan territory across the 45 down to the 44. Gain of 7 before Nance and Yenga combined on the stop. But excellent running by Cam McDaniel. That was Ryan Mueller's key to the game, to keep running Cam throughout this contest. That was a 7-yard gain, brings up 2nd and 3.
As you said, a delay on that particular play, and then Ani Amali comes around and gives McDaniel a nice block to pick up another 4 yards upfield.
2nd down and 3. Shotgun snap is back. McDaniel flares out to the flat. Instead, it's an out. Caught right side, and this is going to be enough for a Cowboy 1st down at the 34-yard line. Once again, Landis finding the soft spot in the zone. Williams finally pushes him out. But again, you have the 2 receivers on the outside. The slot runs an out. The outside receiver runs a post, and it opens things up. And Cowboys are very content right now to nickel and dime their way down the field.
Coppell not flashy. They just do what they need to do.
Hey, you want to talk about balance? You're not getting it from Coppell. You usually do. Only 28 yards rushing those 4 guys, but 162 through the air.
Blitz is almost picked up. The screen pass is knocked down by Yenga, who's coming from the outside. Another huge blitz. I think that Coach Lineweaver and Donald Tryon, the defensive coordinator, not happy not getting pressure on Minden, who looks like he can make a sandwich back there most plays.
And he has had all kinds of time out of the last 4 plays, Thomas. I think we've seen I know we've seen at least 2 blitzes, possibly 3.
Eckert wide left, Ruby slot left, tight left is Landis. That's the wide side of the field. Play action fake, toss out left side, Landis to the 30, inside down to the 25. 9-yard gain, tackled by Moakiola. Well, it's going to be 3rd down and short for the Cowboys.
That's one of the great things about having Nate Ruby out there in the slot. Nate Ruby, a left tackle last year, a great block on Jimmy Granberry, the cornerback on that side, to get Landis upfield.
This may be some of the best blocking receivers in the Metroplex. Cowboys started 2 of 3, now 2 of 5 on 3rd down. 3rd and 1 from the left hash at the Trojan 25. Ruby a wing back on the right side. McDaniel to the right of the quarterback, Minden. Now he moves over to the left side. Snap is back. Handoff up the middle. McDaniel fighting hard. He was stopped in the backfield and didn't barrel down for close to 3.5 yards. And I think it's enough for a Cowboy first down. For all those folks out there who don't know about Cam McDaniel, that play right there tells you all you need to know.
Andre Young and Jonathan Yingle were right on top of him, 3 yards in the backfield. He ducks below them, keeps his legs moving, puts a hand down to keep his balance, and picks up 4 yards and a first down.
First down, Cowboys just inside the 24, near the left hash, 2-by-2 spread. Snap back with time, pass out left side. This is caught and dives down near about the 12-yard line. Kyle Eckert was there. Granberry on the stop, and they're going to mark him out at about the 13, I believe. Once again, enough to move the chains. Cowboys very patient, moving it downfield. Great catch by Eckert for a first down.
One of Joe Minden's greatest attributes, Thomas, is he doesn't try to make plays that are out above his ability. He's really smart about just taking what the defense gives him and gets it downfield.
2-by-2 spread again for the left hash, 1st and 10. Cowboys at the Trojan 13. They are ahead by 2, 16-14. 3:46 remaining here in the first half. Heavy blitz, stepping, firing, end zone, touchdown Cowboys! In the teeth of the blitz, Minden steps up and fires it to Tyler Landis. What a great play, and it's a touchdown for the Cowboys as they convert for 6.
They will have a hard time blitzing effectively all night long. The coaching staff just too smart. Mike Normandy, the offensive coordinator, figures out how to get Tyler Landis into the middle of the field, and he's probably dropped the last 2 he's going to drop all season.
Snap is down, kick is up, and the extra point from Nick Jordan is good. New score from Dragon Stadium. Cowboys 23, Trojans 14. 3:41 left to go first half. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio.
Real NFL fans know all the rules. And rule number 1 is if you want a great NFL experience, you choose Verizon Fios. Fios has NFL Network covering all 32 teams every day and NFL Red Zone showing you every scoring play on Sunday afternoons. So there's no such thing as stopping the clock. And don't worry about unnecessary roughness because Fios offers a smooth, crystal clear picture with 100% fiber optic HD quality. Delay of game won't be a problem either because Fios gives you fantasy stats and updates right on your screen without ever leaving the game you're watching. In fact, the NFL on Fios is so much bigger and better than ever, you'll want to get a replay review because you won't believe your eyes. So what are you waiting for? Use a timeout right now and call 1-888-GET-FIOS to see how Verizon Fios has changed all the rules. That's 1-888-438-3467. It's time to experience the NFL like never before. It's time for Fios. Fios available in select areas. Separate subscription may be required for NFL programming.
Fellas, Coppell's had the ball 5 possessions. They've scored 5 times. I'll give you the drive right after this.
High short kick down the right side. Fair catch called for and made at the 20. And Peter, drive summary recap, please.
Sure. 9 plays, 65 yards, 2 minutes, 22 seconds. The touchdown, Joe Minden to Tyler Landis, 13 yards. Still 3:40 remaining in our first half. Coppell now leads 23 to the Trojans 14.
Down to the sideline to Ryan Mueller.
After the offensive touchdown, the Coppell defense come back onto the field. Thomas, defensive coaching staff telling their defense they've got to get lined up quicker because Trinity's going with that no-huddle offense. So this defensive coaching staff for the Cowboys reiterating more speed. We'll see if they have it here on this drive.
First down and 10, Trojans on their own 20-yard line. Toss sweep, now a reverse. Carter has it, wants to go to the air, steps and fires, has a man. It is thrown, it is caught. Daniel Dorsey makes the reception and is tracked down just on the other side of the midfield stripe at the Coppell 48-yard line. Bennett Okocha wasn't fooled too much as he was there to make the play. The speedy Dorsey is brought down, after a 32-yard gain.
Bennett Okocha showing you why he's going to go play Division I football at Wisconsin. After the play, he goes immediately to Daniel Logan, who apparently got fooled in coverage, patted him on the helmet as if to say, man, this is a big game. We've got to stay in this thing. Nice leadership move by Bennett Okocha.
First down and 10, Trojans at the Coppell 48. Handoff Carter sweeping around the right side to the 45 to the 40 down the sideline and finally is forced out of bounds at the 27-yard line by Jacob Logan. Sophomore saves a touchdown there, but another big run by this explosive Trojan offense.
And on either side of the football, it's not as if the other team doesn't know what's coming. Both teams just execute so well. Carter's so talented there, just difficult to stop.
Well, we have a stoppage of play and haven't seen the official indication.
Coppell, that's their first timeout of the half.
Coppell takes a timeout. Although if they charge it to Coppell, I'm sure the fans for the Cowboys wouldn't mind at all. I don't know what city that is. That's not where the Cowboys are. But it is the first timeout call by Joe McBride and company. And with 3:16 left and a couple of explosive plays, is this, hey, we should try to get the ball back and score again before the half runs out, or is this, we need to fix something on defense right now?
I believe it's the latter and not the former. I believe it's, we know that Carter kid is talented, but we cannot keep letting him gash us for 40 yards at a pop or get sucked into on the previous play, the pass play. They just allowed themselves, obviously unintentionally, to get sucked into a kind of a gadget play out to the receiver for a big gain. You mentioned it, Thomas, in the open. Got to give you all kinds of credit. Thus far, Coppell has done reasonably well play to play, and then about every fourth play they'll give up one of 20 to 40 yards. You can't do that and win a ball game like this.
We talked about in the open how important it was for the Cowboys to control Brandon Carter. Already 182 yards of offense for the young man. You're winning 23-14, and I'm sure the Coppell defensive staff is with their palms up like, what do we got to do here? This kid's doing everything, but this is why you'll see him play on Saturdays and probably on Sunday in a couple of years.
The Trojan team is spectacular, but he is the shining star for Steve Lineweaver. There's make no bones about it, and he knows it too. Coach Lineweaver will be the first one to tell you. Right now, play fake to the Magic Man, handoff Tucson right up the middle. Austin Buss able to bring down Tiny Tucson after a gain of about 4 down to the 28-yard line. Once again, even if he doesn't get the ball, just him bringing the defense with him opens up a little bit of running room for Tucson inside.
He does so many things. He's even dangerous without the football, as you just mentioned. A nice job on that play by Tanner Rice of getting past Justin Martin, the tackle, to get in and make the stop after a reasonably short gain.
Michael Quast in on the stop there and quickly to the line of scrimmage. Go to the Trojans. 6 seconds on the play clock. Handoff. Tucson right up the middle once again. He stood up once he gets to the 15-yard line, but tremendous running. Odette was the first one there. Once again, even though Tucson is, well, probably not the heaviest Trojan, 5'5", 155 pounds for the senior. He's so quick and it takes multiple Cowboy defenders to bring him down.
Well, he's so quick, and he may not be very big, but Martin, Louis, and Cole, Kautai, their line is enormous. And so he's tucked in behind there. They can barely find him to tackle him.
Fresh announced 1st and 10 at the 15 now. They're deep in Cowboy territory. I formation. Kautai under center is the quarterback. Carter wide left. Handoff. Tucson up the middle. And a great job of diving for the ankles, but Tanner Rice just couldn't hold on. Michael Quast finally brings down Tucson down about the 12-yard line. Gain of 3, it'll be 2nd and 7.
The Trojans on that particular play have their guard pull. Tanner Rice gets in behind him, as you said, not able to make the tackle, but slows the play down enough to give the linebackers a chance to stop it before it goes very far.
Cowboy defense sure could use a field goal force here if they can stand up to this tough Trojan offense. And especially the signal Carter. That's Carter under center. Play fake 2 different ways. Now rolls to the right, passes to the end zone. Touchdown Trojans. Kazatati with his 3rd catch of the game. His first touchdown of the season. And the Trojans storm right down the field and strike right back.
And this is not a game where the defenses are not good defenses. This is a game where you have phenomenal execution. They get the ball in the hands of Carter as the quarterback. He rolls to the right. They've got to account for him as a runner. Kazatati wide open, and for a kid who'd only caught 5 passes coming in, he hauls it in like he'd done it all season long.
They just normally don't have to throw the ball. That's really the biggest difference. They get to the playoffs, it's almost a different offense. Snap is down. The extra point is up and good for Tyler Orwig. Minute 25 left to go here in the first half. Coppell's lead trimmed to 2. Cowboys 23, Trojans 21. And Bart, to your point, this is the Cowboys with the number 1 scoring defense in the Metroplex against the Trojans, the number 2 scoring defense in the Metroplex. And we've either had scores or turnovers the entire first half.
Coppell thus far this season has given up 9.3 points per game. Mike DeWitt, their offensive coordinator, who was with McBride at Hebron as a defensive coach, between the two of them, they have been masterful all season long at making adjustments. Tonight, it's not a matter that they've lost any of that mastery. It's simply the talent of the team that they're going against.
Peter, scoring drive recap, please.
Another 80-yard drive for Trinity. 5 plays, only 2:16 off of the clock, and Mr. Do-It-All, Brandon Carter, throws a touchdown pass to Mr. Kazakati for 12 yards. I think I've said this second quarter's had to last at least 45 minutes, fellas. 23-21, still 1:25 remaining in our first half.
Yeah, a first half that has taken an hour and 23 minutes. We did start a little late. Okay, I'll say an hour and 17 minutes then. But still, not the speedy kind of game that the Cowboy defense normally dictates to its opponents. And even with Trinity, you normally can pick up some time as far as the length of the game is concerned, but not when everybody's scoring as many points on as many drives as we have tonight.
We've talked about that neither team has seen a team like the other, and that's reflected in the score relative to what they've done up to now.
Trojan kickoff all the way down deep to the 7-yard line. Okacha to the 20, makes a man miss. Another sidestep across the 30 and down to the 31. Brian Munoz once again in there for the Trojans on the special team kick coverage. And minute 19, you have 69 yards to go to try to score a touchdown. You've seen Joe McBride every game this season. Is he going to keep his foot on the gas, or?
Absolutely. Have seen the Cowboys in this situation on a number of occasions. They know that they're in a dogfight, and to give away any time to this Trinity team in a ball game they're only ahead by 2 points, that's not what's going to happen. They're probably not going to do anything flashy, but they're not just going to fritter away a minute and 19 seconds.
2-by-2 spread. They do have 2 timeouts as well. Menden with McDaniel to his right. 4-man line for the Trojans. They send a linebacker. Menden rolling out to his right, steps and fires, crossing route. Ruby has it, first down and more. 45, 50, and down the sideline he goes. Look at the speed of the big man. 20, 10, 5, touchdown Cowboys!
Nate Ruby, the biggest receiver I've possibly ever seen, takes it 69 yards to the house as the Cowboys get their own explosive play right before halftime.
I said it wouldn't be anything fancy, and it wouldn't. They lined Ruby up on the left side of the formation. He just drug across the middle of the field, Thomas, probably not 5 yards behind the line. However, as he turns the corner, the former left tackle outruns the entire Trinity secondary down the sideline and gets into the end zone. What a play by Nate Ruby.
Here's the extra point. Snap is down. Kick is on its way. Plenty of leg on this one, and it splits the uprights. Trojans gave up an average of 127.8 passing yards per game in the first half. Joe Menden, 263 yards. That's what the Cowboys needed tonight to show that they could trade serious body blows with the Trojans.
That's what Menden has done all season. To just look at him, if you rolled in here to watch them for a first ball game, you'd say, well, he's a bit pedestrian looking. The pedestrian is part of why they're 13-0. Just does not make mistakes. Came in with 28 touchdowns against only 5 interceptions. And I can assure you, you look back at the ball games, those 5 interceptions all came before the midpoint of the season. He is a masterful trigger man for the Cowboys.
New score, Coppell 30, Trinity 21. 1 minute, 6 seconds left to go. Peter, I don't need to give you much time for this one. That's pretty easy scoring recap, isn't it?
One play, 69 yards, 19 seconds.
That's how they draw it up. 19 seconds. When you're the size of Ruby, you know, it took the legs a little while to get going, but once he got it, shifted from first to second to third, he dropped it into fifth gear and just took off down the sideline. I just didn't think he had that kind of breakaway speed. That was impressive.
That's a tackle from last year?
He hasn't had that breakaway speed. Last year, He was a grossly undersized left tackle who ended up honorable mention all district as a junior.
Here's the kickoff, high and deep, and maybe through the end zone. It is. Is it through the uprights? I don't think so. I think it was wide left. Sorry, Nick. Didn't make it.
Well, we talked about the value of Nick Jordan as a place kicker. We've been watching all season. What's even more impressive about that kick, Thomas, that as you said, I believe watching the Jumbotron, it literally was wide left, but it was probably 35 feet up on the upright, is he kicked it into the wind.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable strength for that young man. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. Trojans have it. 66 seconds left to go here in the first half. Down by 9. Zone read play. Keeper. Carter. First down and more. 30, 35, angling right, and run out of bounds just across the 40. Okacha was there to push him out, but it's going to be a gain of 23 on the play, in a play that took all of about 8 seconds.
And this is a place where if Coppell could get a stop, they might get some momentum. You said it at the start. They've got to contain Brandon Carter, and that is one thing to talk about. It's quite another to try to actually pull off.
58 seconds remain in the first half. And remember, Trojans won the toss and deferred. They could have back-to-back possessions here, bookending halftime. Snap is back to Cowtie. Handoff Carter, sweeping around the left side. Gets 5 yards before he's hit and then gang tackled at about the 47. It's a nice job by the Coppell defense to rally. Coach Lineweaver with the timeout. 48 seconds remain here in the first half. Preston Odette finally called Preston Odette's name on a defensive play. He and Quas combined on the stop of Carter there. Just a 5-yard gain.
Zach Ratliff also did a nice job in the game. Probably going to see some Cowboy defensive linemen, Thomas, that we haven't seen thus far just because of that pounding from that huge Trinity line. Zach does a nice job helping to string the play out there at the line of scrimmage so that the linebackers can get to Brandon Carter. That's been the strength of Trinity thus far, that those 3 defensive linemen tying up the play so the linebackers can make the tackle.
I'm not going to say this because this is my point in the pregame show that they needed to contain the big plays of Brandon Carter. Let's take a look at what he's done in the first half. 8 rushes, 124 yards and a touchdown. Passing, 4 of 4 through the air, 97 yards and a touchdown. Oh, yeah, by the way, he also caught a 24-yard pass and has had a couple great kickoff returns as well.
But they're losing 30-20-1.
That is a good point to make. Coppell fans would be quick to jump up and point that out too, Peter. So all the Coppell fans right cheering Sweet Pete now for the great point.
I'm not sure that you say that that's a lot of containing. However, as you said, they are ahead, so we will give them some credit. The key to Coppell's 13-0 several times this season, against Arlington early in the year, against Duncanville, even a first touchdown last week against Midland, the defensive adjustments Mike DeWitt and Joe McBride make. It'll be interesting to see what happens at halftime.
Yeah, Cowboys in the regular season, just 6 points given up in the first quarter all year long. Here's a handoff on an end around. Carter loading up, going deep downfield and throws it over everybody's head. It was intended for Garland Rader.
I'm not sure Rader understood the play because at about the 20-yard line, about the time Brandon Carter let the ball go, Rader stopped. And so it flew well over his head. Great fake by Brandon Carter. He took the handoff. It looked like he was going to run the ball. He just stopped. Everybody stopped with him, including the receiver. Had he not, they might have had a touchdown there.
He got started going again really, really fast, Peter.
In this game with all these numbers, this is only the second third down for Trinity in the first half.
Unbelievable. Fullback is Nsika. It's a draw, spinning away from a tackle. Oh, he's not going to spin very far away. Carter's brought down. William Uday gets into the backfield, drops Carter at the line of scrimmage. 26 seconds and counting remaining, and it looks like that Coach McBride's going to be content with a 9-point lead, barring some sort of a Hail Mary play here at the end. I'm sure Coach Lineweaver is waiting for this thing to kick all the way down to have one more shot before they go into the field house.
Great play by William Uday bringing him down. However, a lot of credit to Austin Buss blowing the play up and forcing Carter to go a different direction than he intended to.
With the explosive playmaking ability, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, of Brandon Carter, I would just line up about 7 guys at the 10-yard line and say, go make something happen.
It's, as you said, they know what he's going to do. They've watched the tapes. They've watched him make cheese out of everyone else. McBride and Mike DeWitt, along with the rest of their staff, Steve Fex, the defensive line coach, you know all week long they've talked about discipline, staying in your lanes. We've got to stop this kid. However, once the coaches get off the field and it's not drills, it's really just Brandon Carter and a defense, it is very difficult to do that.
See a Trojan fan down here with a homemade sign that says "Don't Stop Believing." I don't know if he's a Journey fan or if he's actually trying to encourage the faithful. I don't care. If you're a Trinity Trojan fan, I don't know how you could ever think you were out of a ball game before you get down about 35 points. Right now it's just a 9-point game, and Trojans trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat here.
And if you're Coppell, you can't say, oh, there's only 7 seconds left and they're 52 yards away. You've got to defend this play seriously because of the talent they've got, as you said, to keep from having a back-to-back that you could give up the lead on.
Rader wide right, Carter slot right. They're going to go end around. Play fake to him. Williams rolling around the right side, has it 40, 35-30, inside the 25 and brought down. The clock's at 000. Williams got down to the 21, but he doesn't have any more time left in the half, and the Cowboy defense held for a great stop there. First half is over. Coppell 30, Trinity 21. Maybe not I was expecting a defensive showdown, Bart, but Coppell fans have to be happy with the effort and execution of their team in half number 1.
Got to be pleased with the way the offense have played. I would bet if you'd have told Steve Lineweaver somebody was going to put 30 on his defense in a single half, he'd have said not a team in America capable of that that's not a college team.
Let's go down to the sideline to Ryan Mueller.
Coach, anytime this team has need to be picked up, the offense has answered the call. Talk about the confidence of your offense tonight.
Well, we're in a battle, and we just got to keep battling. Right now, we're struggling a little bit on defense, and our offense is carrying us. They got special players, and we're going to have to really bow up, play a better defense the second half, or it's going to be a foot race to the finish. And that ain't what I'm about. I don't like that.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Thomas.
Ryan Mueller downstairs with Joe McBride, the head coach of the Coppell Cowboys. His team's had it 6 times in this contest. They have scored on 6 drives. That is impressive against anybody, but especially against the Trinity Trojans.
Couldn't be said any better. To think that you could score every time you had the football against Trinity is a credit to Coppell. And what's surprising is how effectively they've thrown the football with really no balance tonight. Pete, how many yards does Cam McDaniel have? I think the answer is not many.
28 on 9 carries.
Well, there's your answer right there.
So they've taken Cam McDaniel out of the mix, and Joe Menden has just been impressive in the way that he has read the defense. That last touchdown pass to Ruby, Nate wasn't 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, and they just dumped him off a pass coming across the middle of the field. And as you said, he showed some speed. I've seen 13 Cowboy football games, and I haven't seen that speed. The former left tackle outran the entire Trinity secondary, and I'd bet Coach Lineweaver would have told you that wouldn't have happened with Tyler Landis.
Yeah, that is going to be a lasting image for me to see that big man outrunning the speedy Trojan defense down the sideline into the end zone for a touchdown. A lot of big plays in that first half. We're going to recap them all coming up on the Champion Sports Radio halftime show. We'll take a look at some of the other games going on around the state. 5 other big games going on tonight that affect Metroplex area schools. We'll give you those. We will have stats courtesy of Pete Nielsen. Ryan Mueller is going to walk you through highlights from an explosive first half. All of that and more when we continue in a moment. We'll also have part of the performance of the Coppell Marching Band here at the break. At the half, Coppell with a 9-point lead, 30-21 over the defending state champion Trinity Trojans. Stay tuned for the halftime show right after this timeout on Champion Sports Radio. This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Just like every patient, you want the best for your child. While you want your child to be healthy and to enjoy participating in sports, you may also have concerns about their abilities and possible injuries. This is where Velocity Sports Performance can help. Whether your child wants to be the star of the team or just wants a little more playing time, they can help your young athletes reach their goals. The coaches at Velocity Sports Performance will push athletes to their limits, but not beyond them. They will use positive reinforcement to ensure that your child feels good about his or her accomplishments. And at the completion of the first program, you'll see the improvement in your child's athletic performance and a boost in self-confidence from what they've achieved. So help your young athletes start off on the right foot by visiting their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or call to inquire about a free training session at 469-293-4340. Check out a list of their programs on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
Amazingly smooth Dr. Pepper Cherry with a little kiss of cherry flavor presents... And here's your host, Gene Simmons, a.k.a. Dr. Love.
Time to smooth out your sandpaper lives. Caller, you're in the Dr. Pepper Cherry love seat. Tell me who's...
Hi, Dr. Love. My boyfriend insists on wearing a beekeeper's mask at the dinner table, and it's really affecting our intimacy.
Just give him a little kiss.
I can't. There's a mesh veil in the way.
A little kiss of cherry smooths everything out. Just ask Dr. Pepper Cherry.
We still haven't sorted out this bee situation.
Oh, I'm not worried about bees. They won't come within 500 feet of me. We have a mutual agreement.
The bees or Dr. Pepper Cherry?
As always, the love seat solved another crime of passion. When we come back, I'll tell you how to tie a cherry stem into a sailor's knot with your tongue. You can't beat the smooth. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Brought to you by Amazingly Smooth Dr. Pepper Cherry.
Everyone says that during a tough economy, you need to make smart decisions. So if you're in the market for a car, what's an intelligent decision? Quality is the key. If you buy a quality product during this tough time, you're hedging your bet. That's why the Certified Pre-Owned program from BMW is so successful. You find a BMW that has already experienced some depreciation at a great finance rate from BMW Financial Services, as low as 0.9% on some models, and realize that it has gone through the stringent CPO checklist, so you can feel comfortable. And if this BMW is still in original warranty period, you have the BMW Zero Cost Maintenance Plan. Zero cost on items like brakes, regular maintenance, engine belts, you know the drill. I'm Eric Moss, president of Classic BMW in Plano, and I encourage you to come experience the new Classic BMW. And maybe we can find the BMW that's right for you. You can find us at Spring Creek Parkway in the Toll Road in Plano, or on the web at the all-new ClassicBMW.com.
Welcome back to Dragon Stadium. Thomas Lee here with you. Coppell with a 30-21 lead at the half over the Trinity Trojans. That's right, those Trinity Trojans, the number one team in the nation for most of the year in several polls, number one in the state all season long. And now the Coppell Cowboy Marching Band, unfortunately, they're doing a great show right now, going into different holiday formations and playing some of your favorite holiday tunes. And unfortunately, they're facing the other way. As much as I would love nothing more than to bring you part of this halftime show, we're going to try, but I can't guarantee a whole much considering the entire band is facing the other way as they face the home crowd, or it's going to be the Coppell crowd, to perform at the half. I very much like that. Not very good for our perspective. So they're about to fire up another song here, and we'll try to bring it as much as we can here on Champion Sports Radio.
And now, Santa has a special gift
For Coppell High School, if we could have Mr. Brian Hunt, principal of Coppell High School, come forward. Santa would like to give you a special present for all of the Coppell Cowboys.
Well, yeah, as I figured, not really working as well as I would have hoped. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to bring you any of this halftime show. But right now there's a giant star on the field. They've made a gingerbread man and a Christmas tree as well. So just know that they're doing a great job, as they always do here at halftime. The Coppell Cowboy Marching Band, a wonderful year as they go all the way to the state marching competition, finishing the top 3 in the state. And just did an excellent job all season long, just as the Cowboy football team has on the field. 30-21 is the score. Cowboys on top of the Trojans. And time now to get you caught up on some of the other action going on around the area. Here is a little bit of a shocker down at Floyd Casey Stadium on the campus of Baylor University. Aledo, #1 team ever since they knocked off Lake Travis in non-district competition back in September. They're on the ropes. Stephenville has righted the ship since a loss in week number 4 to the Hebron Hawks. They now lead Aledo 10-6 in the third quarter. They've already come out of halftime. Jonathan Gray caught a 12-yard pass from Matthew Bishop. That was the first score of the game. Aledo jumped out 6-0 as the kick was blocked. Blake Barnes added a 38-yard field goal, and Preston Brown tacked on a touchdown. So 10-6, Stephenville on top of Aledo. In 4A action, Carthage, a 24-13 lead over Argyle in a playoff game held at Tyler's Rose Stadium there at the break. And in the third quarter, now this is a kind of score that I was expecting from this game with two great defenses, John Tyler and Wiley. In the third quarter, John Tyler got a 2-run shot. They lead it 2-0 off of a safety. The Pirates trying to hang on as best they can and come back in this one, but both of the offenses really stymied in that contest. So that's third quarter score, 2-0. John Tyler on top of Bill Howard's Wiley Pirates, and that's your look around what's going on in the area tonight. Of course, the bulk of the action will happen tomorrow down at Waco ISD. Bastrop taking on Mesquite Poteet at 2 o'clock. Geyer and Carroll in Mansfield's Newsom Stadium at 2 o'clock as well. Denton Ryan taking on Wichita Falls Ryder at the Denton C.H. Collins Athletic Complex. That's also a 2 o'clock kick. At 6, Mesquite Horn taking on Longview. DeSoto Stony Point, 7 o'clock kick from Waco ISD. Beautiful stadium. Some TAPS action as TK Gorman out of Tyler taking on Austin Regents at noon tomorrow. Well, this is interesting. That's the state championship game. But they also have Austin Regents down here in another contest as well. So I'm going to stop before I hurt myself with the TAP scores. State championship games abounding, though, in the private school area. Mr. Castle?
Well, one of the things that we'd like to say on a local note about the TAP schools, the Nolan Vikings in a game tomorrow against Prestonwood, and Nolan undefeated. If they were to win out this season, they would have 2 seasons without a loss. And so an impressive run here by the Nolan Vikings as they have a big game tomorrow against Prestonwood over in North Dallas.
All right, we're going to step aside for a break. When we come back, we'll have stats with Pete Nielsen. As we continue in the halftime show here, once again, your score, Coppell 30, Trinity 21. At the break, you're listening to Champion Sports Radio. Coach to Cure MD is an annual fundraiser that raises money for Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. It's the largest fundraising and research organization geared specifically for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Duchenne is a genetic and progressive disease that takes the lives of most people before their 30th birthday. Coach to Cure MD continues to grow with support from more than 5,200 high school and college coaches at over 400 different institutions, and you can help this fall by joining Coach McBride and the Cowboys on Friday, October 1st when they host Denton High. All the coaches will be wearing the Coach to Cure MD patches on their sleeves, and anybody who donates at least $1 at the gate will receive a matching sticker to proudly wear in the stands. The ultimate goal is to raise at least $1,000 for research and also raise public awareness about such a tragic disease. So come out and support Coppell football and Coach to Cure MD. See you at the stadium, and go Cowboys!
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
All right. Can everybody take their seats and settle down, please? Hey, come on, guys. We got a lot of work to get through today, okay? Now let's start with some word problems. Okay, let's see. This question is for Jacob. Jacob, let's say you work 25 hours a week after school at the deli, earning $8 an hour. Sally works 30 hours a week at the movie theater, earning Y dollars an hour. And Sean works 40 hours a week at the auto shop, earning X dollars an hour. Then how are you going to drive your mother to her dialysis treatments every day and still find time to finish your science project this week?
Some students are tackling more than just their schoolwork, which is why more than 30% of them aren't graduating. But you can give them the boost they need to make it through by visiting boostup.org.
All right, listen up, class. This next question is for Susan. If you pick 27 apples and you give away 30%, how many apples will you...
Visit boostup.org today. Brought to you by the U.S. Army and the Ad Council.
Back here at Dragon Stadium in Southlake, Coppell with a 30-21 lead. Here at halftime, Cowboy fans have got to feel very good about their situation. Few coaches in high school football make the kind of game day, in-game adjustments that Joe McBride makes one of his real strengths as a coach. But let's take a look back at a first half that I'm sure he's not all that pleased with, considering most of his attention is normally focused on the defensive side of the ball. He's pleased with his offense, probably not so with his defense. Everybody putting up points and yards in that first half. And here for the first half stats, Sweet Pete Nielsen.
For the Trojans, they had 17 first downs, 23 rushing attempts, 224 yards on the ground in the first half. That's an average of 9.8 yards per carry. Through the air, very efficient, 5 for 6, totaling 121 yards. Fellas, Trinity in the first half, 345 yards of total offense. They only run 29 plays. That's an average of 12 yards per play. Perhaps the biggest number on my stat sheet, not all these big offensive numbers, the 2 turnovers, the 2 fumbles by Trinity, the only 2 turnovers in the game, only 2 penalties on the Trojans for 25 yards, time of possession. The Trojans had the ball for 11 minutes and 2 seconds. Their average starting field position, the 31-yard line. For the Cowboys, 16 first downs, 15 rushing attempts, only 30 yards. Only 2 yards per carry, and you talk about the balance. Bart's talked about it all day. That's one thing that Coppell's got to try to do in the second half is get Cam McDaniel on track. Through the air, no issues. 12 for 19 for Joe Minden. 263 yards through the air. 293 yards of total offense for the Cowboys. That's an average of 7.7 yards per play. Only 2 penalties on the Cowboys for 15 yards as well. Time of possession, 13 minutes and 58 seconds. And Coppell has done a great job with the field position, has been taking over the ball on the 44-yard line. Individually, first for Trinity, you start with Brandon Carter on the ground, 9 carries, 124 yards. Tevin Williams, 5 carries, 53 yards, 32 of them on the last play of the first half. Terrence Tucson, 7 carries, 28 yards. And Big Surge and Saka, the fullback, 1 carry, 15 yards. Carter through the air, 4 for 5, 97 yards and a touchdown. Kaitai threw 1 pass for 24 yards and completion. Neela Kasatati, the tight end, 3 catches, 75 yards and a touchdown. Daniel Dorsey, 1 catch, 32 yards. And Brandon Carter, I think I've mentioned his name a few times tonight, also chips in with a catch for 24 yards. For Coppell, Cam McDaniel, 9 carries, 28 yards. That's it for Cam, but doing other things out there is for the Cowboys. Joe Minden, 6 carries, only 2 yards, so 30 yards on the ground for Coppell. But Minden just lighting it up through the airways, 12 for 19, 263 yards. Nate Ruby, 3 catches, 144 yards and a touchdown. Tyler Landis. I want Tyler Landis on my team. Any game, any place, anywhere. 7 catches, 98 yards and a touchdown. Jason Lister, a catch for 12 yards. And Kyle Eckert also chips in for 1 catch and 9 yards. And fellas, I got to tell you, that was fun.
That was exciting for sure. Bart, I know you've seen this team all year long. I would expect, although they're having such tremendous success with the passing game, and you don't want to change something when it's working so well for you, but I would expect a little heavier dose of Cam McDaniel in half number 2. What do you think?
If they can possibly do it, that's one of the ways that they have finished off ball games throughout the season, Thomas, because it shortens the ball game by running the clock. And based on what we've seen from Brandon Carter thus far, every second you can allow to tick off the clock that Brandon Carter can't be involved in a play is a very productive second. And so if the offensive coordinator can make, if Mike Dormady can make some adjustments to get the opportunity to have McDaniel run the football and milk some of the clock, that would be a real plus in the second half.
Not to mention how big is this opening drive for the Trojans going to be here in half number 2. It's a 9-point game right now. If you're the Coppell Cowboys and you get a stop, you got an opportunity to really put some distance and some breathing room there. But if the Trojans go right down the field again, they're right back in the ball game.
And at some point, one of the teams probably is not going to score on every drive. And so the team whose defense stops the other team, especially as you just said, Thomas, if it's Coppell right here and they could go back down and put another score on the board to go up by 16 points, that would be huge.
Of course, there were 2 drives that did not result in points. The first kickoff from the Cowboys after they took a 3-0 lead was fumbled and recovered by Coppell. They took a 10-0 lead after punching in the touchdown. And then, of course, there was the other fumble that was forced on the next drive for the Trojans that resulted in another field goal to go up 13-0. So there have been points, I guess, directly or indirectly on just about every single drive.
And that fumble, that second fumble you mentioned was huge because it was on the play following about a 30-yard pass catch by the tight end, Kazitati, I think either the first or second catch he made, and it took some air out of Trinity early in the ball game. Had they gone right down and scored and made it 7-7, we might have a very different ball game.
Peter, your analysis from the first half?
Whoever makes a stop, I think Bart's got it. Whoever makes a stop, not 1, not 2, just 1. Whoever can make 1 defensive stop, I think has the chance to win this football game. I think it's that simple. You guys have said it over and over. Coppell had the ball 6 times. They scored 6 times. Trinity had the ball 6 times, 2 fumbles, 3 touchdowns, and they were going in to score the 6th time they had the ball, but the half ran out. So the amazing thing to me is the defenses are playing hard, but the offenses are just simply too good right now.
All right, we'll step aside for a break. When we come back, we'll have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio's coverage of the Coppell Cowboys playoff run, brought to you by Velocity Sports Performance here on Champion Sports Radio. What kind of athlete are you? Maybe you're an awesome athlete getting ready to compete at the college level, or a younger athlete who wants to make varsity next year. Or maybe you don't want to compete in athletics at all, you just want to be stronger and faster. No matter what your goal, it's time to get into the game at Velocity Sports Performance. Velocity Sports Performance is the ultimate training facility that offers you a chance to be instructed by world-class performance coaches who have taught professional and Olympic-level athletes. You'll be training at the same places the pros do. Now, when you first come in, they'll measure your stats in speed, strength, and agility. And as you train in their state-of-the-art facilities, you'll be able to see your progress and improvement and get the results you want. Your opponents won't want to see you coming. So stop by their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or visit them on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Call and ask how you can get a free training session at 469-293-4340. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
Now when you sign up for Verizon Fios, you get 60 premium movie channels free for 12 months, which is like icing on the cake because you already get the best HD experience, plus a free movie package on top of that. But you also get free premium channels on demand, which is like little icing decorations on top of the regular icing, plus Epix HD with over 150 blockbusters every month. So on top of the icing decorations, you get little edible candy figurines. So when you add it all up, Verizon has baked you one heck of a deal. Here's how to order yours.
Sign up for Verizon Fios TV, internet, and phone today and get 60 premium movie channels free for 12 months, plus premium on-demand channels. With Fios, you'll get 3 top-rated entertainment services, all for only $99.99 a month, and there's no term contract required. You'll also get free premium channels on demand and Epix HD. It's the perfect deal for any movie lover. Just call 888-GET-FIOS today. That's 888-438-3467. It's time for Fios. For new customers only. Equipment charges, taxes, and fees and other terms apply. Rate may increase after 1 year. Fios service is available in select areas. Offer expires 9/25/10. Call for more details.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts. Two-by-two spread. They do have 2 timeouts as well. Minden with McDaniel to his right. 4-man line for the Trojans. They send a linebacker. Minden rolling out to his right, steps and fires, crossing route. Ruby has it, first down and more. 45, 50, and down the sideline he goes. Look at the speed of the big man. 20, 10, 5, touchdown Cowboys!
Nate Ruby, the biggest receiver I've possibly ever seen, takes it 69 yards to the house as the Cowboys get their own explosive play right before halftime.
Welcome back to Dragon Stadium. That is the play of the first half, the 69-yard touchdown catch by Nate Ruby. Hauled it in from Minden on a little crossing pattern, takes it to the house, and that provided the 30-21 advantage Coppell currently enjoys. Thomas Lee here with you. Champion Sports Radio's coverage of Coppell Cowboy football brought to you by Velocity Sports Performance. Continuing here in the 4th round of the playoffs, the furthest the Cowboys have ever been in their school's history. And they're now just a scant 2 quarters away from perhaps advancing to the Final Four in the Class 5A Division I brackets. Joining me tonight, Bart Castle, your color analyst. Down on the field, Ryan Bueller. Statistician Pete Nielsen. Spotter extraordinaire, the Dr. Alex Derling. We want to thank you as well for tuning into the broadcast tonight on Champion Sports Radio. And for those of you who are enjoying this, a pay-per-view broadcast is available. Go to CoppellCowboys.com. You can follow the link there for more information. So let's just go around the room. We've kind of done this a little bit. We talked about it in the pregame show. Bart, you're up first. What do the Cowboys have to do to hang on to this lead and come away with a victory?
They have to simply find some way to slow Brandon Carter. You're not going to stop him. You can't scheme talent like Brandon Carter has. They have to keep Brandon Carter from igniting a Trinity outburst that puts the Trojans back into the ballgame.
Sweet Pete?
To me, guys, the biggest drive, the biggest possession of this football game is this first one of this second half. A lot of times, football games are decided right here on this drive. Coppell comes out and gets a stop, go down and score. They have a 3-score lead. Trinity goes down the field, scores a touchdown. We're back to back and forth. So it comes down to adjustments. It comes down to Coppell getting a stop right here. In my mind, they can get a stop. I think they're in good shape.
Down to the field to Ryan Mueller.
Yeah, Thomas, I mentioned Cam McDaniel needs to be effective running the football. Well, at times we've seen him make some pretty good plays, but when he's on the field, defenses are going to game plan around him. He creates enough of distraction, just like Bart said the first half about Brandon Carter. Even when he doesn't have the ball, he's very effective. So the Cowboys got to keep doing what they're doing. They have tremendous balance right now.
I'm going to go back to what I said in the pregame. It's kind of what Pete said, too. It's kind of what Bart said, too. You're not going to stop them, but you have to limit the effectiveness of the big play. Big plays has happened, but they haven't gone for touchdowns. Make Trinity get back out there and make them continue to work it down the field and get into the end zone. Time now for the second half kickoff, brought to you by Velocity Sports Performance. Of course, Trojans won the toss, deferred. They will take the ball here to start the second half, and we'll be moving left to right in this third frame. Approaching it, high, deep kick is very high, all the way down about 4 yards deep into the end zone. It's going to be taken up there to the 5 to the 10. Running room, 25 to the 30, still on his feet. Across the 40 and down to about the 44-yard line goes Boykin. Savad Boykin, the senior, who's got 4 touchdowns on the year, was the deepest man back there. And now we'll wait and see who Coach Lineweaver is going to run out here to start the second half. Is it going to be Lahi Kautai at quarterback or Brandon Carter? Pretty sure Carter's going to be on the field somewhere. Terrence Tucson and Tevin Williams, the running backs. Paul Tuipulotu, Joel Kimpella, and also Surgeon Sika have played fullback. Carter, along with Garland Rader and Daniel Dorsey, the receivers. Nila Kazatati, maybe the star aside from Carter in the first half. The tight end will give you the offensive line after this 1st and 10 play. Trojans on their own 44-yard line from the right hash. Dorsey into the wing back. Handoff right up the middle. Spinning away is Williams from one tackler. Stays on his feet. He's going to get about 7 yards out across the 50 and down to the 49 before Jacob Logan can bring him down. Second down and 3 upcoming for the Trojans. The offensive line from left to right. Justin Martin is the left tackle. Hiva Latui, the left guard. Connor Cole is the center. The right guard, Julius Kautai. And Henry Leah Otoa, the right tackle. Big and physical. The defensive line, 3-man front for the Cowboys. Tanner Rice, Austin Buss, William Uday, Brandon Mullins and Preston Odette on the outside. Cody Marr and Michael Quast, the inside backers. Bennett Okacha, Daniel Logan, the corners. Jacob Logan and David Busby, the safeties. Second down and 3 for the Trojans on the Cowboy 49. Man in motion, now 2 men in motion. Everybody's moving, and now flags come flying out.
That's the kind of break that you need in a ball game as close as this one. Every little bit helps. Brandon Carter was angry at his teammate. We had a little Canadian football going on there, both the running backs at one time. Not possible, and so Coppell catches a break after a big play on first down.
Drive started at the 44. Best starting field position for the Trojans in the contest. That's how big that kickoff return was for Boykin, the senior. Now, Jonathan Brown. I don't know if he is the younger brother of Bobby Brown, who was a speedster for multiple years, but I'm thinking it's probably a good possibility. Snap is back. Handoff, no play fake to Brown. Carter takes it right upfield and goes about 10 yards or so before he's brought down by Tanner Rice. Give him 11, actually, down to the 43-yard line. Trojan fans loving this as they come to their feet. And every time he touches the ball, Carter is a threat to go the distance.
Well, on that play, Connor Cole and Hivi Latua open a big hole, and he just pulls the ball out of the fake and goes straight up the field for 12 yards.
Garland Rader, wide left. The only receiver in the set. 2 tight ends, I formation. Carter under center. Turnaround, handoff. Williams off left tackle, runs forward, runs through 2 tackles, still on his feet to the 30, to the 25, to the 20, and then dives down to about the 16 or 17-yard line. Logan and Busby, Daniel Logan and David Busby combining on the stop, but another big gain. This time it's Williams doing the damage, 26 yards downfield for a Trojan first down.
Much like we talked about how many different weapons Coppell had, certainly we've talked plenty about Brandon Carter. However, on that carry, Tevin Williams shows that he's not one that you can not pay attention to.
Break the huddle, 17-yard line, the line of scrimmage. One receiver wide left. Now Dorsey, the wingback, moved over to the left side. Handoff, Williams, right up the gut, spins off one tackler. Doesn't get far before he's brought down at about, the 13-yard line. I think it's going to be a gain of 4. Mullins finally bringing down Tevin Williams, a 3-year star for Steve Lineweaver, and it's going to bring up second down and 6 for the Trojans.
Nice job in the middle of the line by Austin Buss and Tanner Rice to slow the play down to give Brandon Mullins an opportunity to make the tackle. Some evidence of how strong Trinity is. Most ball games, Thomas, we're talking about Brandon Mullins and the outside linebackers all night long. They've been relatively quiet because they've had their hands full.
I formation, toss, sweep left. Williams gets a block, steps up into the hole, and is brought down near the line to gain. In fact, I think he got the first down. Michael Quas was there, but it is amazing with such precision that the Trojans run out of the I formation, something you almost don't even see in high school football in this day and age.
And precision is the key. Many people talk about how big Trinity is, but there are big football teams that don't play at the level Trinity does. They aren't just big. They are big and very effective at what they do, almost machine-like in the way they run their offense.
The fullback, Surgeon Sika, 5'8", 186 pounds, but a perfect kick-out block on that last play. First and goal now from the 6. Handoff, Williams, and he's tackled just shy of the goal line. I might actually say he brought down at about the 2-yard line, so a 4-yard gain before Michael Quas can bring down Tevin, who is, again, a 3-year starter, over 1,000 yards each of the last 2 seasons. And he went over 1,000 last week in the win over Martin as well. He is a very productive player.
Nothing fancy on that play. Carter just comes up and then hands the football to Williams, and he runs behind big Justin Martin for a nice gain down inside the 5-yard line.
Williams over 100 yards on the game now, 10 carries, 101 yards.
Second down and goal from the 1. They break the huddle quickly, turn around, handoff right up the middle. Tevin Williams dives up and over the pile into the end zone. Touchdown Trojans. 1-yard touchdown plunge. The first touchdown for Tevin Williams in the ball game, and the Trojans are about to close to within 2 points once again with the PAT upcoming.
We hope they get a stop, as Pete said, with the PAT. We're back to the pressure being on the Coppell offense to continue to execute itself at a very precise fashion. The ball game may come down to the team that gets that first stop.
4th different player scoring a touchdown for the Trojans tonight. Snap is down, kick is up, almost blocked. Excellent rush around the side as Landis almost got a piece of it, but it's up and it's good. New score from Dragon Stadium. Coppell 30, Trinity 28. 8 minutes and 24 seconds left to go here in the third quarter. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio.
Just like every patient, you want the best for your child. While you want your child to be healthy and to enjoy participating in sports, you may also have concerns about their abilities and possible injuries. This is where Velocity Sports Performance can help. Whether your child wants to be the star of the team or just wants a little more playing time, they can help your young athletes reach their goals. The coaches at Velocity Sports Performance will push athletes to their limits, but not beyond them. They will use positive reinforcement to ensure that your child feels good about his or her accomplishments. And at the completion of the first program, you'll see the improvement in your child's athletic performance and a boost in self-confidence from what they've achieved. So help your young athletes start off on the right foot by visiting their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or call to inquire about a free training session at 469-293-4340. Check out a list of their programs on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
Well, Trinity takes that second half kickoff, goes 7 plays, 56 yards, 3 minutes, 36 seconds off of the clock. Tevin Williams, 2-yard touchdown run, makes our score Coppell 30, Trinity 28, 8:24 remaining in our third quarter.
So it's a 2-point game now, and as we were talking off air, Mr. Castle, pressure kind of goes now right under the shoulders of the Cowboy offense.
Joe Menden has been able to deliver all year with the various weapons that he has between Cam McDaniels and that talented receiving corps where you have 7 receivers who've caught more than 10 passes. He'll need all of that tonight if they're going to win the ball game.
Kickoff heading out of bounds. Landis lets it go, and it does, in fact, end up out of the field of play. And that may be a design call. They've done – neither team has really kicked it deep aside from Jordan bombing one through the end zone. A couple of them have also gone to about the goal line. Good kick coverage for the most part for the Cowboys on the first one by Carter, but then a great return by the Trojans and Boykin to set up that last drive in which they didn't have to go as far, just 56 yards to score. So now they kick it out of bounds. No advantage in special teams now, really, for the Cowboys.
On the kicking team, ball be placed on the 30-yard line. First down.
And there's really not much of a penalty if it's at the 30. I mean, in the NFL, it's the 40. In college football as well, it's a long way, but down to 30, I kick it out of bounds too.
Well, and when the other team has talented return people, you're right, Thomas, just kick it out of bounds and defend 10 more yards.
2 receivers left and 2 to the right. Ended with McDaniel to his right will reset the Cowboy offense after this first down and 10 play. Joe was sensational in the first half. 263 passing yards for the senior quarterback, Minden. Shotgun snap. Delay give. McDaniel right up through the middle and about a yard. Nothing more. Andre Young closing the door there on Mr. McDaniel's attempt. So Minden, the senior quarterback. Cam McDaniel, the senior running back. Kyle Eckert, Nate Ruby, and Tyler Landis, all senior receivers. We've seen Jason Lister and Cameron Smith, both sophomores, at the other flanker position. Offensive line left to right. Sam Rice, Leighton Light, Sterling Lucky, Jake Williams, and Oni O'Malley. 1 yard gain by McDaniel on first down. Now 2nd and 9 in the middle of the field. 2-by-2 spread. Back to pass. Minden steps, fires out left side. Eckert with the catch. And it is made right at the 38-yard line. It's a gain of 7 on the play to the dismay of the Trojan faithful. Closest man in coverage was Moakiola, and again, a lot of zone coverage being played by the Trojans. The front four, Inoke Paipa and Wawa Leota, the defensive ends. Suleiman Masumbuko and Andre Young, the tackles. Jonathan Yinga, Cisco Leota, the outside backers. Brian Nance in the middle. Winiko Thomas, Devontae Simmons, the corners. John Paipa and Layu Moakiola, the safeties. 2-by-2 spread. 3rd down and 2. Big possession down for the Cowboys from the left hash. Back to pass, left side, caught. Great catch with his hands away from his body, and Ruby hauls it in for the Coppell Cowboy first down in front of Grandparent. And that was a perfectly executed play. Great coaching. Catch it with your hands and then pull it in. Exactly what Ruby did.
It looked like a play on Saturday or Sunday. Joe Minden throws the ball before Ruby turns around, and it's right where it needs to be. They're going to get a catch and a first down or an incompletion. Nate does a great job to bring it in.
3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Play fake pass right side over the head of Landis. And it's going to be incomplete and bring up 2nd down and 10. Cowboys have it at their own 43.
They've done a great job on offense. That really the first bad throw Joe has had since the first drive, where you could tell there were some nerves playing. One of the things Coppell needs to do, however, is get positive yards on every play against this talented Trinity defense.
3 receivers right. Kyle Eckert all alone wide left. That's the short side of the field. Lister wide right. Slot right is Ruby. Tight right is Landis. 2nd down and 10 from their own 43. From the left hash. Snap is back. 3-man rush. Minden has time. Steps and fires. Flares it out right side to the flat to McDaniel. And he lunges forward out across the midfield stripe and down to the 49 in Trinity territory. Nice gain of 8 before Jonathan Yinga can bring down McDaniel. And I don't know how he stays so low to the ground but without his knee touching. He did that for the last 4 yards or so before he finally goes down.
And he did that on a big play in the first half where he was going down, put a hand down just like he did there and picked up 2 more yards. They flip it out to him in the flat, and he really operates like a running back.
Like a one-handed bench press almost, just a one-handed push-up to lunge himself forward. 3rd down and 2 again from the right hash. Back to pass. Has time. Fires. This is caught and slips a tackle. Big play there. Landis to the 40, and then he's upended at the 39-yard line. But an excellent job by Tyler Landis to make the first man miss. Moakiola finally brings him down. But if the first Trojan is able to make the tackle, it is going to be a 4th down opportunity. We do have a player down on the field for the Trojans as the training staff runs out.
Ryan Nance, the all-everything Trinity linebacker there, I'm telling you, is standing there, Thomas, asking himself, how in the Sam Hill did a 170-pound kid just get away from me when I had both hands on him? But Tyler Landis, literally, Brian Nance got his arms around his shoulders about 3 yards short of a first down. Tyler ducked his shoulders down, got away from Nance, and got upfield. like I said, you could watch a lot of Trinity tape, and Brian Nance hadn't missed 2 tackles like that all season.
He doesn't have the first down until he makes make Nance move, and we saw a replay here, and the Trinity player obviously took a shot to the head. So you're going to see a lot of caution here to see what happens.
Well, it wasn't actually a shot to the head because one of his own players came in and clipped him down in the lower leg area, not head, but leg area. That's the gentleman who's down, John Pipa, the junior strong safety. And while we have a minute, let's send it down to the field and check in with Ryan Mueller.
Well, the Cowboy offense is on the field right now. The defensive coaching staff trying to pick up this Coppell defense. They said if we want to win this football game, we have got to get a stop on defense. The coaching staff calling out the defense saying you guys need to tackle more. It says you need to keep your feet moving and you need to hit hard. That's how we're going to get back to the Cowboy brand of football that we play best. That's how we can get the stop, guys.
Spotter Alex Sterling pointed out they brought out an air cast to try to put on the young man's leg, and it's just I hate to see these kids get hurt at any point in time, but especially in a game of this magnitude. And right now, the trainers are having a conversation from both teams, and I like the sportsmanship here. Above all else, obviously you want to win the game, you want to advance, you want to contend for a state championship. Both trainers out there trying to help the young man. The Coppell staff came out and said, hey, is there anything we can do to assist? And, it's just an unfortunate incident anytime a young man goes down. It's part of the sport. It's part of playing with the reckless abandonment that makes these two defenses so great. And now the cart's actually coming out onto the field as well. And I hope it's not more serious than we initially believe here. They're huddled around him so much. It's hard to tell if in the replay we can kind of see what happened to the young man and the knee injury and so forth. I'm not exactly sure if that's what it is, but still, we don't know. I hope that he's out there and he's moving his extremities and so forth. We just have no idea.
It's great how far things have come. Emergency medical aid on the field within a couple minutes, and it's great. This kid will be in x-rays probably within 10-15 minutes. We'll find, hopefully everything's okay. It looked like Thomas said, a lower leg injury, but ultimate in care and caution being done, and this is what you love to see. And you know what, these kids are out there playing hard, people running into each other, but it's amazing to concern everybody in the stadium on their feet, concerned about this young man. And it's just how this game has evolved and how quickly people can take care of a situation just like this.
We're going to step aside for a break. When we come back, we hopefully will have some kind of an update for you. Once again, the score 30-28, Coppell up by 2, 6:15 remaining third quarter, and the Cowboys are driving in Trojan territory when we return here on Champion Sports Radio. Again, this ball game brought to you by Velocity Sports Performance. Coach to Cure MD is an annual fundraiser that raises money for Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. It's the largest fundraising and research organization geared specifically for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Duchenne is a genetic and progressive disease that takes the lives of most people before their 30th birthday. Coach to Cure MD continues to grow with support from more than 5,200 high school and college coaches at over 400 different institutions, and you can help this fall by joining Coach McBride and the Cowboys on Friday, October 1st when they host Denton High. All the coaches will be wearing the Coach to Cure MD patches on their sleeves, and anybody who donates at least $1 at the gate will receive a matching sticker to proudly wear in the stands. The ultimate goal is to raise at least $1,000 for research and also raise public awareness about such a tragic disease. So come out and support Coppell football and Coach to Cure MD. See you at the stadium, and go Cowboys! Back here at Dragon Stadium, the young man, John Pipa, is awake and alert.
Actually, Thomas, it's number 27, Sione Pipa, that is involved as we look at the television replay there.
It's the same gentleman. They call him John. His given name is Siona.
I looked on my sheet everywhere for John Pipa, and I don't see it, so my bad for. But he's imploring his teammates. He's sitting up. If you're watching it on TV and listening to us, he's imploring his teammates. He's frustrated that he's have to go out, but he essentially is trying to tell his Trinity teammates, okay, don't make me go off for nothing.
So now there will be new player. And in fact, the normal backup at strong safety is Brian Munoz, who has made so many special teams tackles. I don't know how much you're actually going to lose in this situation. As I check out on the field, actually looks like number 16, Smokey Powell, the junior, is going to be the one replacing him.
Well, I owe you a Coke, partner, for correcting you there. I'm just going with the information I printed.
This is the benefit of having called several Trinity games over the years and talking to the coaching staff many times. They're quick to point out, hey, this is who this is, this is who this is. And a lot of these young men have their given names and then kind of the names that everybody uses down in the field as well. It was a Quinico Thomas to safety, and they move number 16, Smokey Powell, kind of over to corner. Granberry in as well. Back to pass on 1st and 10. Screen right side, McDaniel makes a man miss, spins away from a tackle, dives down close to a 9-yard pickup down to the 30, and I can hear the Trojan fans in front of us going, how did that happen? That's just how special Cam McDaniel is. Finally brought down by Brian Nance, but he'll bring up 2nd down and short.
And were they not the fellas they were, we would probably hear the Trinity coaches using profanity. That's not their style, because it looked like 3 yards into the play they had McDaniel bottled up, and he managed to get through 2 tacklers.
Great low center of balance, and he spun away from a tackle. 3 receivers left. Eckerd wide left, Ruby slot left, Landis tight left to the 3. They go instead to the right side, catch is made, and then the receiver is caught immediately. What a catch by the sophomore Lister. Yenga was all over him right as soon as the ball hit his hands. But the young man hangs on, gets brought down, and it's going to be a 1st down for the Cowboys at the Trojan 23.
Jacob starts on the right side of the line, just runs a quick 5 and in. Joe Minden raises up on a 3-step drop and drills it to him for a 1st down.
Final score, Aledo knocking off Stephenville. So the Bearcats come all the way back, led by Gray and their great quarterback in Bishop. That 1-2 punch came all the way back down, 10-6 for an 18-10 victory. 1st and 10, rolling to the right, Minden extending the play, now spins away and is brought down pretty much at the line of scrimmage. Nice job by Jonathan Yenga. Of course, the younger brother of Yuri Yenga, starting linebacker for the SMU Mustangs, who are playing for a Conference USA championship tomorrow. Former Trinity Trojan star as well. And a great tackle there at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
And they catch a break, because if you watch on the replay, he fumbles the football, and the football actually goes out of bounds before the Trojans can get on top of it. They'll take that 3-yard loss in the football any day.
Yeah, loss of 4 actually, back to the 27. So it'll be 2nd down and 14. 3 receivers left for Minden. Eckerd wide left, Ruby slot left, Landis tight left. Looking to pass. Blitz comes, it's picked up, pass, left side Landis, makes one man miss and gets hit by the other. 2nd man on the seam makes the tackle, gain of 6 on the play before number 6, Yenga, brings him down. It'll be 3rd down for the Cowboys.
Yenga, the linebacker, and Andre Young, the defensive tackle, able to corral Tyler there, and he's giving away about 250 pounds between the two of them, so not able to elude them.
3rd down and 8 for Minden and the Cowboys. They're at the Trojan 22. This is a big play in this ballgame. 2-by-2 spread. Ruby slot left, wide left Eckerd, wide right Lister, slot right is Landis. Blitz is coming. Minden rolling out to the right, pumps, fires, caught. McDaniel at the 20, dives down close to the 15. And he got hit right at the line of scrimmage, and I'm not sure. I guess a flag was thrown and then a hat was thrown as well. We'll have to wait and see what the officials saw on this play to try to sort things out. Our officiating crew here led by Rusty Hicks, a Houston crew, for this major showdown here in the Region 1 Championship.
I think you can have an illegal man downfield for Coppell. Legal lineman downfield.
I think they thought as the play broke down because of the blitz, Minden was going to run to the left side of the field, Pete and Thomas, and he pulled up at the last minute and passed it, but by that time the lineman had probably committed to what he thought was going to be a scramble running play.
A lot of conversation depending on where the spot of the foul would be, and if it's going to be another down, and if it's going to be 4th down, it probably would be 3. Let's hear from Rusty Hicks.
Eligible lineman, downfield, 5-yard penalty, repeat 3rd down.
So a 5-yard penalty moves it back to the 27-yard line, and we will replay 3rd down.
And I think part of that, Thomas, is respect for Nick Jordan, the kicker, part of the reason you'd back them up and take your chances with another third down play is to keep Jordan from being closer on a field goal try.
3 down linemen, linebackers faking like a blitz now will retreat. 2-by-2 spread. Eckert and Ruby left, Lister and Landis to the right. 3rd down. Pass left side, caught at the 15. And he slips out of the tackle. Eckert inside the 10, down to the 5. Big play on 3rd and 14 as he takes it all the way down for a 22-yard pickup. Excellent catch, and then shaken off a tackle by Kyle Eckert. Brian Nance finally brings him down to the ground. It's 1st and goal, Coppell.
Well, that's a second Trinity lineman that's swearing at himself. Jonathan Yenga had him short of the 1st down, and I mean, he had him. We're not talking about an arm tackle. He had him, and Kyle gets away from him and picks up the 1st down. What a play by Kyle Eckert.
Granberry is the one who missed the tackle, could not hang on long enough. Cowboys perfect, 3 for 3 on 3rd down on this, their only second half possession. Ruby moves over, wing back on the left side, counter. McDaniel between the tackles, diving forward down to about the 2. Let's see where they give him. They actually may mark him at the 3. Got a couple yards. Nance in there on the stop. Great job by the defensive line to close off the running lanes as well. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 3 for the Cowboys.
They try to slip Cam McDaniel in behind Sterling Lucky and Jake Williams, the big right guard there, to get him into the end zone. Nice job staying low. You mentioned how McDaniel runs with that style to pick up a yard on the play, bring up another 2nd goal play.
Ruby wing back on the right side, slot right Landis, wide to the right is Lister. All alone short side of the field, wide left is Eckert. Single coverage, looking to pass. Minden steps up, now rolling to his left at the 5, running to the corner, gets into the end zone, just inside the pylon. Touchdown, Coppell. 3-yard touchdown run for Joe Minden, his 6th rushing touchdown of the season. And the Cowboys go back up by 2 scores.
One of the reasons Coppell is 13-0 is the play of number 10. From the first ball game against Mesquite Horn, where he was learning the position as the new starter, he has just been amazing. Gets past the rush, sees that the corner of the end zone is open, and goes into the left corner for a touchdown.
Extra point, snap is down, kick is up, and it is good. New score from Dragon Stadium in Southlake. Cowboys 37, Trojans 28. 2:38 left to go, 3rd quarter. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio's coverage of Coppell Cowboy football, presented by Velocity Sports Performance. What kind of athlete are you? Maybe you're an awesome athlete getting ready to compete at the college level, or a younger athlete who wants to make varsity next year. Or maybe you don't want to compete in athletics at all, you just want to be stronger and faster. No matter what your goal, it's time to get into the game at Velocity Sports Performance. Velocity Sports Performance is the ultimate training facility that offers you a chance to be instructed by world-class performance coaches who have taught professional and Olympic-level athletes. You'll be training at the same places the pros do. Now, when you first come in, they'll measure your stats in speed, strength, and agility. And as you train in their state-of-the-art facilities, you'll be able to see your progress and improvement and get the results you want. Your opponents won't want to see you coming. So stop by their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or visit them on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Call and ask how you can get a free training session at 469-293-4340. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
The Cowboys strike back, fellas. 13 plays, 70 yards. Big long drive, 5 minutes, 46 seconds off of our Dragon Stadium clock. Joe Minden, 3-yard touchdown run, new score. Coppell takes that lead back, 37-28, 2:38 remaining in our 3rd quarter.
Not only did they score points, Peter, but how much time off the clock again?
5 minutes, 46 seconds, and that is huge.
Yeah, almost half the quarter. Quickly down to Ryan Mueller on the sideline.
Yeah, Thomas, update on defensive back John Pipa for the Trinity Trojans. The Trinity training staff reporting that he is out with a broken leg. As Pete said, he'll be taken to the hospital for x-rays. So tough to see a player so passionate as Pipa exit the game.
I guess the good news, if you can pull anything good out of it, is that Pipa is a junior. So that will not be the final play of his high school career, we would hope, with the medical advances. You know, a broken leg, if that is indeed what it is, I mean, hey, that's something they can come back from. Where in our day and age, that pretty much ended your part of your football career. So here's the kickoff. It's going to be short down the right side, coming up to field it Fair catch is called for and made right between the 34 and the 35, and that is where the Trojans will start out with 2:38 remaining. Once again, trailing by 9. Trojans keep cutting it to 2, Bart, but the Cowboys keep answering.
Pete mentioned it at half. Somebody's, you would think, is going to stop someone else. It's hard to imagine that a team, even as good as Coppell, would score every time the football. Certainly, I hope that they do. Another opportunity here for Coppell's defense to make a stand and open some space against this talented Trinity team.
Cowboys 7 possessions, 7 scoring drives. First down play, I formation, handoff right up the middle, 3, 4, out, 5 yards on the play as the Trojans keep moving the pile forward. Tucson on the carry following that big offensive line brought down by Brandon Mullins. It'll bring up 2nd down and 5 for Trinity.
It looks like what we've seen all year by Coppell, big experienced offensive line, hand the ball to a good running back and just have him plow behind that line. We do have a Trojan coming off the field. That's big, Hiva Latutu, the guard, and so he will be replaced. Hopefully he will just need to be retaped or something minor.
Hiva Latui, the left guard, coming out, as Bart said. 2nd down and 5, handoff, off right tackle, straight up the middle, and breaking tackle, slipping through. It's a first down, gain of 6, out to the 46-yard line. That's some tough running from Terrence Tucson. Coach Lineweaver likes to call him Tiny, so I oblige the legendary head coach who has a record of 129 wins and just 19 defeats. He's been the head coach at Trinity since 2000. Tackle on the play was made by Daniel Logan, but it does move the chains for a Trojan first down.
What's interesting, guys, is the last drive it was all Tevin Williams. This drive, it's Terrence Tucson. You talked about the adjustments that the Coppell staff has been able to make. It's tough to keep making adjustments when you keep changing the target.
Toss sweep right side. Tucson trying to turn the corner, and he does across the 50 into Coppell territory. Still matriculating the ball down. Gets about 9 yards on the play before he is knocked off of his feet. Tucson with great balance. Uday finally bringing him down, but again, it's going to be at the 46, so just a gain of 8. And it's hard to believe I just used the phrase just a gain of 8, but that's how potent this running game is for Trinity.
And the tricky part on a play like that, at only 5'5", you've said the coach calls him Tiny Tucson. They tuck him in behind that enormous offensive line, and truly you can barely tell where he's at in that rolling ball of black jerseys as he goes through the line to try to tackle him.
45 seconds remaining on a third quarter clock that's quickly evaporating. Zone read play pulled out of the belly of Tucson by Carter. He takes it, makes about 3 guys miss on about 4 juke moves, and finally gets down to the 41. Mullins finally able to bring down the talented Mr. Carter as the senior moves the chains once again for the Trojans. 1st and 10.
Nothing fancy there, and Austin Buss had done a phenomenal job at nose tackle getting upfield. You mentioned Carter just gives Austin a juke move and then gets into the middle of the field and continues to run the ball until he was 8 yards upfield. Now 11 carries for 141 yards for Brandon Carter.
First down play, rolling to his right. Carter looking to pick up a block. Juke move, steps inside, and is brought down at about the 35-yard line, maybe the 34, gain of 6 or 7. Mullins finally brings down Carter, who's a little slow to get up, but looks to be okay. And that will be the final play of the third quarter. Coppell had a 9-point halftime lead. At the end of the third quarter, their lead remains the same. Cowboys 37, Trojans 28. 12 minutes away from a berth into the Final Four in the Class 5A tournament. One of these two teams will advance, will determine the winner in the next quarter. Come back for more Champion Sports Radio football presented by Velocity Sports Performance.
This is the hit show Tech and Talk. Hi, my friends. I'm Ranjit. Chad, next caller.
Hey, do you guys have some sort of formula for calculating the taxes and fees on a wireless bill?
Yes, of course. First, solve this equation. X plus Y squared, where X is your monthly rate and Y is your birth year.
Now, take the derivative of that number.
And any number that rhymes with it, write them on a wall and throw a dart. The number you hit are your taxes and fees, maybe.
But probably not.
The best formula is to switch to Metro PCS. They have a no-signed contract, $40 a month, unlimited plan where taxes and fees are included.
That equation is a piece of easy cake.
Get unlimited nationwide talk, text, and web for $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included. Metro PCS.
Hello.
Wireless for all. Certain restrictions apply. Some services not available in all covered areas. Coverage not available everywhere. Payment fees not included in the apply. Visit metropcs.com or a Metro PCS store for information on specific terms and conditions of service, coverage areas, handset capabilities, and applicable restrictions. Nationwide long distance available only in continental U.S. and Puerto Rico. Rate, services, and features subject to change.
We start the fourth quarter of play here at Dragon Stadium in Southlake. Coppell 37, Trinity 28. Thomas Lee here with you, along with your color analyst Bart Castle, Ryan Mueller on the sideline. Sweet Pete Nielsen on the stat spotter extraordinaire, AD, the doctor, Alex Derling. We want to thank you as well for tuning in for the Champion Sports Radio presentation here tonight. The Region 1 final, the Class 5A Division 1 bracket. The winner of this one is in the Final Four, awaiting either the DeSoto Eagles or the Stony Point Tigers in a tremendous game tomorrow at Waco ISD Stadium, a 7 p.m. kickoff. And I'm sure there are representatives from both of those two schools here in the press box with us right now. Second down and 3, handoff. Tucson, big hole up the middle, 20, and then tripped up at the last possible second. That right there is the definition of a touchdown saving tackle. Preston Odette on the scene saves the TD.
And that may be one time when his size was part of the reason he was able to bring him down, because he just does tick him, and it's enough to make him go off balance and bring him down. But every play that runs off the clock, Thomas, with the clock running, is a big play, because time is key to give Trinity the fewest number of possessions.
Just got a piece of that ankle. 1st and 10 to Cowboy 16. Toss sweep right side. Tucson lowers his shoulder, powering it down to the 7 or the 8. Cody Marr on the tackle. But, you talk about they pick up 8 or 9 yards on first down. Well, they average like 12 yards a play in the first half, so I guess the adjustments are working for the Cowboy defense.
And it's not often you're going to talk about the adjustments being successful, and they're holding teams to 8 yards a play. However, in a ball game like this, where it looks like last team to have the ball may score, every effort you make the other team put into trying to get into the end zone is big. That looked like a play, Thomas, from the 60s. They just pitched it to Tucson and had him run around the corner following everybody.
Straight out of the USC playbook, little student body right. Here comes the receiver in motion, fake to Carter, handoff. Tucson is hit at the line of scrimmage and knocked back. That's a heck of a defensive play by the Cowboys. Michael Quast leading the charge, a host of Cowboy defenders helping to finish him off. No gain on the play, maybe even a loss of a half yard, or maybe even a full yard as they spot it at the 8-yard line. And it's going to bring up 3rd down and a very long 2 necessary for the first.
Great play on that play by Michael Quast, blowing between Connor Cole and Julius Kautai to get in on top of the play before it can unfold. That's what they've got to have, some penetration.
First 3rd down of the second half for the Trojans. It's 3rd down and a long 2. Right in the middle of the field. Carter coming in motion from the wing position. He did not get the handoff from Kautai. Kautai dives forward, and he's going to be a yard, maybe a half yard shy of the first. Preston Odette was right there. It was kind of a zone read with the flanker coming in. He read the defensive end who was holding his ground on the outside, didn't give him the ball because of the great penetration up the middle, and it's going to bring up a 4th down for the Trojans. This will be a huge stop for the Cowboys if they can get it.
Tanner Rice with a great play, as you just described it there, to completely change the play. Austin Buss in the middle of the line, nearly able to bring Kautai down. Well short. Big play here. Beef on beef there in the middle of that line.
2 tight ends. Carter, the quarterback. I formation. They're going for it on 4th down. Toss sweep. Left side. Trying to turn the corner. Tucson is hit, and I think he just got enough. Needed the 6-yard line. They're going to spot it at the 5. It's a 1st down for the Trojans. Bennett Okacha making the stop, but Tiny Tucson turning the legs, and it's enough for the 1st down. Big play and a great job by the Trojans up front.
It looked like momentarily Bennett Okacha might get to the play. He did get to him at the 6-yard line. However, enough momentum on the part of Tucson to carry him to the 5, just beyond the sticks for a 1st down.
Carter bringing in the play from the sideline. Mote Maile, the tight end. It's a 2 tight end set. Dorsey, the wingback on the right side. I formation. Handoff, fullback, up the middle, into the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans. Sergeant Sika scampers in from 5 yards out. His first rushing touchdown tonight. Once again, the Trojans pull tight with the Cowboys.
Julius Kautai there comes around from his right tackle position on a pull and just blows open a big hole. The fullback goes in literally untouched, and as you said, we're right back to neck and neck.
On to attempt the extra point. Tuipulotu with the snap, Munoz with the hold, gets the snap down, kick on its way from Orwig. It is up and it is good, and it's now back to a 2-point game. Coppell 37, Trinity 35, 9:14 remaining here in the fourth quarter. You're listening to Coppell Cowboy Football presented by Velocity Sports Performance on Champion Sports Radio.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2nd, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
Back here at Dragon Stadium, it is a 11-play, 65-yard drive, 5:24 off the clock. Serge Insika, a 5-yard touchdown run, his first of the contest. Back to a 2-point game with 9:14 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Coppell 37, Trinity 35. Thomas Lee here with you, along with Bart Castle, your color analyst. Ryan Mueller on the sideline. Pete Nielsen, statistician. Alex Sterling, spotter. We got the whole crew ready to go for you here tonight, and we're excited about this ball game, and so far the Cowboys have been giving their fans a lot to be excited about, but the Trojans just won't go away, Bart.
You think they won't? They've got so much. If you had told me tonight coming in here, I thought defenses would determine the ball game. I still think they will. However, it'll be when a defense stops a team on a drive that may be the difference in the ball game.
We might have already seen our defensive play of the game, the fumble that was forced on the first Trojan drive. That's really the difference in the contest right now. Maybe that's the defensive play that we're waiting for. This is only the second possession of the second half for the Cowboys. Kickoff is fielded at the 16. McDaniel looking for a crease, gets out across the 20, down to the 25 before he's dogpiled there. First man on the scene, DJ Haynes, the junior for the Trojans. And that's where the Cowboys will take over their own 25. 9:08 left to go fourth quarter. Gosh, another 5-minute drive for the touchdown sure would look good here for Coppell fans, wouldn't it?
Again, the thing that would be significant about that would be not just to reopen the lead by a wider margin, but to run the clock down. Thus far, Coppell has done a wonderful job of spreading the ball around to its receivers, and the offensive line has done an extraordinary job blocking for Joe Menden.
3 receivers to the left. That's the wide side of the field. 1 to the right. Menden in a shotgun set. Cam McDaniel to his right. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys on their own 25. From the right hash, shotgun snap, going to the air. Menden steps, fires, out pattern. Is this caught? It is right at the line to gain. They're going to mark him down at the 34, and he hauled it in. Great catch by Cameron Smith, the sophomore receiver who was lined up wide to the right. It's a 9-yard gain, 2nd and 1 upcoming.
That's some idea how deep Coppell is. That play to Cameron Smith, as you said, just a sophomore, but right on the money.
Eckert wide left, Ruby slot left, tight left is Landis. 3 receivers to the wide side of the field. Play fake to McDaniel, swing past Landis, gets a block. 1st down and more to the 40, down to the 45 before he's upended at the 46. So a nice play, 12 yards before Brian Nance can bring him down, and that's a Coppell Cowboy 1st down.
The key to the play, the blocking right there of Nate Ruby on the linebacker. Ruby was lined out on the far left. They flip it to Landis. He goes right inside the block of Ruby, who, remember, last year was the left tackle. and it allows him to pick up an extra 10 yards.
Yeah, why don't more coaches do that? Take a lineman, make him a receiver? Well, he's a special young man. That's why. You don't get to do that very often. 1st and 10. Little zone read, hand off McDaniel. Gets about a yard as he falls down to the ground with some help at the 47. Inoke Pipa, the senior defensive end and older brother of John Pipa, who was carted off earlier with an injury, brings down McDaniel after a 1-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Seldom has anyone bottled up Cam McDaniel like this season. In fact, there's no seldom about it. No one has bottled him up. He's still dangerous enough that he has to be accounted for, and Minden has done a great job passing the football.
3 receivers to the right. Eckert all alone wide to the left, the short side of the field. 2nd down and 9. Minden, shotgun snap, looking to the air, steps and fires, wants the deep ball downfield, and it is over the outstretched arms of the intended receiver. Ruby got behind the defense. In fact, with the pressure on the quarterback was Masumbuko. Ruby slipped behind the defense, got deep, and just couldn't keep running. Terrell Williams was there on the coverage. Would have gone for a touchdown if he could have kept running, but unfortunately it's an incomplete pass, and it brings up 3rd and 9.
They had the right play called, and as you said, Nate just got turned around. Had he kept running, he'd probably run under it. Big play here for the Cowboys.
3rd down and 9 from their own 47. 2-by-2 spread. McDaniel on the right hip. Back to pass. Here comes the blitz. It's picked up. Pass left side. It is caught. An unbelievable play once again. Great coverage, but Eckert hauls it in just in front of the defense of Yinga once again. Down to the field, we checked in with Ryan Mueller.
Unbelievable effort by Eckert. You could see it in his eyes, the focus, the concentration to stay with the football. He bobbled it for a split second, got hit from behind, and still held on to the football. Great play.
4 for 4 now are the Cowboys on 3rd down in the second half. Fresh set of downs. 1st and 10 at the Trojan 42. Clock keeps running inside of 7:25 remaining on the snap. Handoff McDaniel around the left side, gets a couple of yards, dragging tacklers. And part of the reason I think the Trojans are being so successful as Inoke Pipa makes the stop there along with Brian Nance is I haven't seen McDaniel have to make men miss the line of scrimmage much this season. Have you?
Haven't seen it at all. Typically, especially this late in the ball game, the experience of the Coppell line is beginning to take over.
Only 13 attempts for Cam McDaniel, 34 yards on the ground. By far his lowest of the year.
Delayed draw. There goes McDaniel, 25. And knocked down there. Unbelievable job exploiting right up the gut for 15 yards before Brian Nance can bring him down. We've seen it so much this season, the run setting up the pass for the Cowboys right there. Passing play, delayed draw, opens things up for the rushing game and 1st down.
Specifically there, they allowed the athleticism and the size of Trinity to play against it. They allowed the defensive linemen to come up the field. They got up the field, and as you said, about the time it looked like they got to the play, they handed it to McDaniel, who blew through the hole they'd vacated for a 1st down.
Inside of 6.5 minutes remaining, Coppell with a 2-point lead, 37-35. They got the ball. The Trojan 24. 1st and 10. Minden to the air, pass right side, Landis. Down inside the 15 to the 10, still on his feet. 1st down, Cowboys. Moakiola knocks him off his feet, but not until he gets inside the 10. Down to the 7, I believe. And another Coppell Cowboy 1st down brought to you by Velocity Sports Performance.
Tyler Landis, the Wes Welker of the Coppell Cowboys. Everybody knows he's going to be a part of the defense, the offense, Everybody, I'm sure, says they've got to stop him, and thus far in 13 ball games, nobody has been able to.
17 yards on that reception. 1st and goal now from the 7 for the Cowboys. Landis slot right, wide right is Smith. Ruby slot left, Eckert wide to the left. Shotgun snap on 1st and goal. A lot of time holding on to it. Pass right side. This is caught. And maybe back to the line of scrimmage for Landis. That's about it. Quinico Thomas coming up quickly and making a very sure-handed tackle as it's officially no gain on the play. It'll bring up 2nd and goal from the 7. 5:45 and counting remaining in the contest.
Minden with a heads-up play there rather than take the sack. Gets it just past the outstretched hands of Jonathan Yinga, who was trying to bring him down. Fortunate they didn't have a pickoff there in the flat, but it allows Thomas the clock to continue to run.
2nd down and goal. 3 receivers now left. Minden has McDaniel on his left hip. Smith all alone wide to the right. That's the short side of the field. So it's Eckert wide left, Ruby slot left, Landis tight left. 2nd and goal from the 7. Shotgun snap is back. Delay, handoff. McDaniel brought down at the 10 for a 3-yard loss. Excellent play. Yinga blitzing from the outside edge. Got into McDaniel before he could start downfield. And it's 3rd and goal from the 10.
They've been brilliant this entire drive on 3rd down, Thomas. They need to get in the end zone because a field goal does not have them ahead still by a touchdown. Big play for the Cowboys. They've capitalized thus far. They've been able to rise to the occasion with Joe Menden.
11th play of the drive that has almost consumed 5 minutes on this possession. Looking for a touchdown. 3 receivers left. Menden in a shotgun. Cameron Smith wide to the right. Flags come flying in. Preliminary indication is against Coppell.
Caught a snap. False start. On the offense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 3rd down.
As negative as that may seem, Thomas, that 5 yards back will open up the field some, and that may play to the advantage. I don't think you're ever going to have a coach say they like a penalty, but if there's any upside to that particular penalty, it'll give the Cowboy receivers some room to play in space instead of allowing the secondary to be packed so tightly.
Eckert wide left, Ruby slot left, Landis tight left. Wide right is Cameron Smith. Ball near the middle of the field. 3rd down and goal from the Trojan 15. Cowboys looking to extend their 2-point lead. Menden, pump and go. Down the right side. Has a man open in the end zone and just overthrows it. It goes out of bounds. The stop and go had worked, and the sophomore Smith was open momentarily. They just could not connect. Devontae Simmons, I think, bit on the fake on the dig and almost slipped down to his knees. But it will bring out Nick Jordan for a field goal attempt to try to push Coppell ahead by 5.
Wow, twice in that drive they had the right play called. They had Nate Ruby open, and he was fooled just a bit and backed up and missed it. And then they absolutely had the play called there, and the first miscue really we've seen.
32-yard field goal is up, plenty of distance, and it is good. Jordan's hit from 33, twice from 31, now from 32. Maybe that's the stop that we've been talking about is going to come up in this one. New score from Dragon Stadium. Coppell 40, Trinity 35. You're listening to Coppell Cowboy Football, presented by Velocity Sports Performance on Champion Sports Radio.
Amazingly smooth Dr. Pepper Cherry with a little kiss of cherry flavor presents. And here's your host, Gene Simmons, a.k.a. Dr. Love.
Time to smooth out your sandpaper lives. Caller, you're in the Dr. Pepper Cherry love seat. Tell me who's...
Hi, Dr. Love. My boyfriend insists on wearing a beekeeper's mask at the dinner table, and it's really affecting our intimacy.
Just give him a little kiss.
I can't. There's a mesh veil in the way.
A little kiss of cherry smooths everything out. Just ask Dr. Pepper Cherry.
We still haven't sorted out this bee situation.
Oh, I'm not worried about bees. They won't come within 500 feet of me. We have a mutual agreement.
The bees or Dr. Pepper Cherry?
As always, the love seat solved another crime of passion. When we come back, I'll tell you how to tie a cherry stem into a sailor's knot with your tongue. You can't beat the smooth. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Brought to you by Amazingly Smooth Dr. Pepper Cherry.
Fellas, Cowboys drive 12 plays, 60 yards, 5:11 off of our clock. The only thing that you can say is disappointing. They only kicked the field goal. 32-yarder by Nick Jordan. 4:03 remain in our fourth quarter. Coppell now leads 40-35. Fellas, 8 possessions for the Cowboys tonight. 8 scoring drives. Unbelievable job of Cowboy offense.
Half touchdowns, half field goals. Quickly down to the sideline to Ryan Mueller.
Thomas, you talked about Cam McDaniel. Well, football's all about being motivated. He gave the team speech before this game, and he referenced the Bible, telling his team about Joshua going into the promised land and slaying the giants. They didn't get the touchdown on that previous drive, but they did get the field goal to go up 5. Coppell awfully motivated from that speech in this ball game.
Here's the kickoff. It's going to be high and short, down the right side again, about the 15-yard line. Caught there, angling to the right. No, did he? Now they throw the flag that it went out of bounds. I don't know. He caught it. Maybe his foot was out of bounds, and That means the ball goes out of bounds. This is going to be difficult. Not that the replay is going to help anything, but everybody's looking to the giant jumbotron here at the home stadium of the Carroll Dragons, who, by the way, will be playing tomorrow against Geyer. And we haven't even talked about 7-5A and how it was really top-heavy with these three teams, Coppell, followed by Geyer, followed by the Carroll Dragons. But all three of those teams still alive halfway through the playoffs is very impressive.
And that likely has contributed to the success Coppell has had because they've had to play very tough district opponents. A huge drive here. Seldom would you be talking about a team scoring on every possession and yet still being under the gun with 4:01 to play and ahead in the ballgame.
Cowboys faced the maximum number of playoff teams they could and still get into the playoffs during the regular season. 3 in non-district and then 3 out of their own district as well. They beat them all. That's part of the reason why they're still undefeated and 4 minutes and 1 second away from advancing to the Final Four.
Thomas, a big matchup on this drive if they pass could be Bennett Okacha versus Brandon Carter.
Toss sweep right side. Tevin Williams turns it upfield, takes it out across the 35 and down to the 37. With the kickoff out of bounds, the drive began at the 30 for the Trojans. It's a 7-yard gain on first down before Preston Odette brings down the ball carrier, Tevin Williams. It'll be 2nd and 3.
The challenge for the Cowboy defense now is going to be, after being beat on all day, Thomas, by that huge Trinity line, can they muster something as tired as they're bound to be to get a stop?
Garland Raiders split wide to the right. 2 tight end I formation. Carter, the quarterback, under center. And Sika in front of Williams. Handoff, off left tackle, first down and more. Williams then driven down to the turf. But he does gain 5, maybe 6 yards on the play. Jacob Logan with a great form tackle to close it off, but it goes for another Trojan first down.
You can see what the game plan is here. There's only 3 minutes and 18 seconds left, and they're still running the football in the middle of the field. You mentioned Mr. Excitement. They know they've always got Brandon Carter to try to make some magic here as the clock ticks down in this amazing ball game.
3 timeouts remaining for both teams as we close in 3 minutes, 5 seconds and counting remaining here in the fourth quarter. Handoff right up the middle. A lot of running room, close to 10 yards on the play. Logan finally bringing down the ball carrier, Tevin Williams, who is fired up. He comes out of the pile pumping his fist, pumping his chest, pumping his teammates up. And they're going to bring out the chains to measure to see if he got enough for a first down.
Well, actually, that measurement helps Trinity because it stops the clock that was running and allows them to reload. As I just mentioned, it appears that their philosophy is, we think our heavies can beat your defensive line and your linebackers, and we're going to take the ball down and score just as time runs out.
And it becomes I think now it becomes a situation where Coach McBride has to start thinking about using some timeouts when they're on defense, because if they march down the field, you got to have some time to give your offense, who hasn't been stopped all night, a chance at least to come back down the field and get back on the scoreboard.
They stretch out the chains, and it is a first down by maybe an inch or 2. Just the nose of the football was the only thing past the first down chain. So, line of scrimmage now, the Coppell 47 from the left hash. Carter in a shotgun. Gets to the handoff. Comes around the left side and is forced out of bounds to the 40. Carter was in motion coming towards Kaltai, the quarterback. Okacha was the man who finally made the stop, and they're going to say he was out at the 38. Again, gain of 9 on the play, 2:38 left on the clock as it stopped as Carter was pushed out of bounds. 2nd down and 1 upcoming.
Hope it doesn't come down to this. We want the Cowboys to make a stop. Here is a nice place to have Nick Jordan be the place kicker if you get the ball back with little time left. From 45 or 50 yards out, he could take a shot at a field goal. But we'll hope for a stop.
Caldwell wide right, wide left is Raider. Under center. Carter with a handoff and a first down run down to the 34-yard line for Tevin Williams. Uday bringing him down, but it's enough for another Trinity Trojan first down at the Coppell 34. 2:34 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Coppell with a 5-point lead, 40-35.
Pete just made a very significant point. It'll be interesting to see how Coach McBride plays this. The clock running with 2:25 at the start of this play.
I formation. Carter under center. Handoff Williams off the left side. Gets across the 30. 5-yard gain down to the 29 before he stood up. Logan was there. 2:10 and counting remaining. And I've got to point this out, guys. Coppell has not trailed in the entire contest. Jumped out to a 13-0 lead. It's been cut to 2 points on numerous occasions, but they've never relinquished the advantage.
Trinity has not even attempted a pass in the second half, fellas. All on the ground.
Nothing surprising there. Fake to Carter on an end around. Handoff Williams up the middle. On 2nd and 5, he gets 3. Down to the 26. Austin Buss really clogging things up there in the middle. 3rd down and 2 with 1:35 and counting remaining here in the fourth quarter. Big play right here. Probably 4-down territory.
4-down territory here, and Trinity's philosophy, 1:25 and counting. We don't think you can stop this big offensive line and Brandon Carter.
Cowtie, the quarterback. Carter coming in motion. Now everybody moves. 3rd and 2 is going to turn to 3rd and 7.
Now the only question is going to be, one of the Coppell guys jumped but did not make contact. That's the key. Let's see if the referees saw it the way I did.
Prior to snap, false start, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down. Timeout, Trinity.
Trojans are going to take a timeout. We're going to keep it here. I don't want to miss any of this exciting action. 75 seconds remaining. 3rd down and 7. So, Steve Lineweaver right now in his mind talking with his players, talking with his coaches. They've got 2 downs to get 7 yards. They've been averaging close to 8 yards of play in the ball game. It can't be that daunting of a task, can it?
I wouldn't think so. And we haven't seen a pass yet. They've had several passes to the trailer house-sized tight end. I would be very cautious about Brandon Carter on a rollout where he's got the option to either run with the football or, again, how can you miss the tight end who is 6'4", 277? But the Cowboys have to come up with that.
Pretty amazing job going on here in this ball game by both of these two teams. And I know we always say it in contests like this, you hate to see one of these two walk away a loser after how hard both teams have played. Biggest factor right now, 2 turnovers forced early in the first quarter by the Cowboys. Trojans haven't stopped the Cowboys, but have forced 4 field goal attempts. Jordan's been good on all of them. So now it's time for the Coppell defense to make a play.
They say the defense wins titles. Here we go.
3rd down and 7. Trojans to the Cowboy 31. Trey Caldwell wide to the left as a receiver. Carter, the quarterback. I formation. Williams, the I back. Toss sweep left side. Williams cutting it up and is going to be hit, falls forward down to the 26, I guess. Jacob Logan with a huge tackle there. 4th down and 2 upcoming for the Trojans as we go inside of 60 seconds. This is the ball game right here, folks. Cowboys get a stop. They will advance, and a timeout's going to be taken, I believe, by the Trojans.
Well, a bit of a risky strategy here by Coppell. As Pete said, if for some reason Trinity picks up the 1st down this time, they will have to use their timeouts because we're now down to 49 seconds, and they're not in the end zone.
1st down would stop the clock. They are right now at the 26. Field goal does them no good. It's a 5-point Coppell lead, 40-35. There are 49 seconds remaining. First and foremost, they need the 1st down. It's 4th down and 2. The clock will stop when they reset the chains and so forth. Quickly to the line of scrimmage, you can run another play, but now they're only down to the 1 timeout.
It will. This is the season for one of these two teams. This play is potentially the season.
You gotta respect the faith that Coach McBride has in his defense. He still thinks he thinks they're going to make a play. If they do, they walk away with this football game. It's that simple, fellas.
Well, and the faith he has in his offense to get down quickly, because if Trinity scores, his offense is going to have about 25 seconds left to do something.
Here's the ball game, at least for the Cowboys. They get a stop, they will win. 4th down and 2. Trojans at the Cowboy 26. Carter is going to be flanked out wide to the right as a receiver. quickly to the line of scrimmage. Cowtie under center. Toss sweep right side. Williams, handoff Carter, coming back the other way. Redwell, pass, throws it downfield, and it's caught. Kazatati inside the 10 and down to the 6. Sweep to the right, end around to Carter, back to the left. Option pass to the tight end, Kazatati. And it's 1st and goal at the 6 for the Trojans with 40 seconds remaining.
Well, and now I think you wonder if you just let them score on this play, because if you don't, the game, people hate that strategy, but you've got to leave yourself some time.
What a play by Brandon Carter.
I formation too tight. Inside trap, give, fullback, goes a couple of yards. And Nsika is stopped. They're going to mark it at, I think, the 3. Clock running down inside of 20 seconds now. Trinity still has a timeout.
You're right. Joe McBride is going to put it on the shoulders of the defense. Here's the last play of the ball game.
Under center is Carter. Waiting time to tick down. 10 seconds left. Play action fake. Rolling out to the right. Carter cuts it back up inside. He is hit. He is stopped short. 4 seconds. 3 on the clock and a timeout taken by Trinity. They had 1 left and they used it. And Carter, for the first time all night, was stopped after a modest game. Bennett Okacha with a tremendous open field tackle. It's going to be 3rd down and goal from the 2 with 3 seconds remaining. The Trojans have 1 more shot. The game comes down to this.
Okay, I was premature. Now, this is the play of the game. If they had been able to string that play out another step, the ball game ends. Bennett Okacha, like you said, makes a phenomenal open field tackle, but now here is possibly the state title play of the state of Texas. No offense to the team still remaining, but
none taken.
I don't know. Katie's still out there. Stony Point, DeSoto. It's pretty good teams, but still, your point is very valid.
Pete, you said Joe McBride's confidence was in his defense. He's a defensive coach. It comes down to the defense. The challenge is, with all the weapons, you've got to guard Kasitati, the big tight end. You've got to guard Carter and Williams. Wow.
I put 3 guys on Kasitati, 3 guys on Carter, 3 guys on Tucson. Oh, wait, that's probably 12. I don't know. You can't do that.
This is nuts. Everybody in this place, all 10,000 people, are standing. Now Coppell calls timeout.
Of course, they've got all 3 timeouts, and well, you don't get extra ice cream cones or anything for taking those to the end of the game. So Coach McBride waiting for the offense of the Trojans to come out. I think you know what's coming, at least the personnel package. Tevin Williams is going to be out there instead of Tucson. That's one question answered. The tight end Kazatati is going to be out there. Carter's going to be out there. Where he lines up is probably the biggest question remaining.
Well, and what you know is the ball is going to end up in Brandon Carter's hands. Now the question is he going to try to throw the football? Is he going to try to run the football? But there's no doubt Trinity is either going to try to use him as a decoy, or I'm betting Lineweaver's going to put the ball in his hands and say, look, you made the catch that won the state championship last year. It's on you again, big guy.
You got to go with your best player in this kind of a situation. I agree with you 100%, Bart. You're going to see Brandon Carter with the football. Hey, don't be surprised if he just takes a direct snap and just decides, hey, I'm going to go somewhere with this football. Here we go.
3rd down and goal from the 2. 3 seconds remaining. Trinity out of timeouts.
This is crazy.
3rd down and goal from the 2. Ball in the middle of the field. Garland Raider wide to the left. Play clock has not yet started. And there's the whistle. Tevin Williams, the I-back. Nsika, the fullback. Carter under center. Quick count. Toss sweep left side. Williams trying to turn the corner. He gets in. Touchdown Trojans. 2-yard touchdown run. The final play of the game, and the Trojans do not lead except for at the final gun.
You got to kick the extra point, don't you? No? Okay.
Unbelievable ball game. Pete mentioned it earlier. They were going to put their confidence in the defense. They played a whale of a ball game. We said the game would come down to a stop. The only time Trinity leads is as the scoreboard reads 0 or 000, and they win a ball game that was beyond all the hype after Coppell scored every time they had the football, 41-40.
Final score from Dragon Stadium. Cowboys lose a heartbreaker. The only time they trail the final score. Trinity 41, Coppell 40. Step aside for a break, come back and wrap things up here from Dragon Stadium. The post-game show will begin right after this timeout. You're listening to Coppell Cowboy Football presented by Velocity Sports Performance on Champion Sports Radio. This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
It was a cold, blustery day for football legend Michael Strahan.
Hey, it's Mike. Actually, it was like 72 degrees, but it was breezy.
On the way to his single-season sack record, victory was in the air.
I was holding a Dr. Pepper, which I guess tastes like victory because it has those original 23 flavors I love.
I'm trying to make you look awesome. Please cooperate.
You don't have to make us look awesome. I got my record, and Dr. Pepper has 23 amazing flavors.
Well, I need to say something.
Read this.
The ice-cold Dr. Pepper cascading over freshly frozen crushed ice. Every sip as original and delicious as Strahan's vicious hits.
There you go.
There's nothing like a pepper. Trust me.
That's my line. Trust me. I've sent people to the doctor.
What kind of athlete are you? Maybe you're an awesome athlete getting ready to compete at the college level, or a younger athlete who wants to make varsity next year. Or maybe you don't want to compete in athletics at all, you just want to be stronger and faster. No matter what your goal, it's time to get into the game at Velocity Sports Performance. Velocity Sports Performance is the ultimate training facility that offers you a chance to be instructed by world-class performance coaches who have taught professional and Olympic-level athletes. You'll be training at the same places the pros do. Now, when you first come in, they'll measure your stats in speed, strength, and agility. And as you train in their state-of-the-art facilities, you'll be able to see your progress and improvement and get the results you want. Your opponents won't want to see you coming. So stop by their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or visit them on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Call and ask how you can get a free training session at 469-293-4340. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2nd, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4Zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
Going back to Dragon Stadium, final score, Trinity 41, Coppell 40. In a wonderful and exciting, tremendously thrilling high school football playoff game. Had everything you wanted. Two of the biggest powers in the state going head-to-head in front of a sold-out crowd. In fact, it's been sold out for 2 days now. And the final score was constructed on the final play of the contest. Surprisingly, Brandon Carter was not the one who scored the final play. He made the play on 4th and 2 on the pass, on the reverse, down to Kazatati. But the touchdown scored by Tevin Williams on maybe the best, most consistent bread and butter play that Coach Lineweaver has run since he took over this Trinity program back in 2000. Toss sweep left. And Tevin Williams, a multiple-year starter and contributor for the Trojans, forced into action his sophomore year with injuries to Baker and Dontravius Robinson. And he scores his second touchdown on the ground in the game, gives him now 18 on the season. And that's the winning margin as the Trojans snatch victory from the jaws of defeat on the final play of the game. 41-40, Trojans in the season of the Coppell Cowboys. And I don't want to be too solemn about this. This is the greatest season in Cowboy football history, hands down. The furthest they've ever gone, the longest they've ever been undefeated, and it's just the second year under Joe McBride. The worst thing is the fact that both playoff defeats have come on plays as the clock hits 000, Coppell gives up the lead. Last year, a field goal against the Arlington Colts. This year, a touchdown run for the Trinity Trojans.
Coppell fans, certainly, I can't imagine what it must be like to be a player, because it's crushing to be up here after having gotten to share 14 ball games with the young men this season. So it's got to be difficult. One of the things Cowboy fans, once they get beyond this, can be excited about, many of the players you saw on the field tonight will be back to play for the Cowboys again next year. 2 years for Joe McBride, 4 rounds deep. A lot of good things happening at Coppell.
Speaking of the great job Joe McBride is doing, let's go down to the field. Ryan Mueller has the Coppell head coach.
But Coach, I know that this one has to sting, and it's going to sting for a long, long time. What you have here are a lot of great players with a lot of tears, and their heads are hanging low. But you also have a coaching staff that's really proud of what they've accomplished this season.
Yeah, they've done everything we've asked and more, and they've been warriors even tonight. You know, they laid it all on the field. We couldn't match their girth. You know, they just up front we were out weight of about 60, 70 pounds a man, and it just, you know, it's just hard. It's hard to give it up. Offense played so well, and defensively we just battled and struggled and just couldn't make up for some of the size difference.
I know 3 seconds left, and Trinity comes up with a score. I know, as I said, your kids are hurting right now. What did you tell the team when the ball game was over?
Man, I just love them. I appreciate their effort. It hurts a lot because they've invested a lot, and you know, they don't have anything to be ashamed of. I mean, they've done things in this town, Coppell, that nobody else has ever done, and their mark will be forever there. And it's hard to say anything. Anything you say is going to come on broke hearts, and you know, it's just.
A loss like this has got to hurt, but another thing that hurts, Coach, is you've got to say goodbye to a tremendous senior class.
Yeah, I do, and it's gonna be tough. I mean, we gotta move on, and we gotta let this hurt a while, and we'll heal up, and we'll regroup them and battle back and see what we do. You know.
Coach, I appreciate the conversation. Thanks so much.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thomas.
Ryan Mueller downstairs with Joe McBride, the head coach of the Coppell Cowboys, and you can hear the emotion in his voice. You know, he demands so much from his players in the offseason, during two-a-days, during the season, in practice, off and on the field. A tremendous bond has really been formed between the Cowboy community and their second-year head coach, Joe McBride, and there are nothing but bright days ahead for the Cowboys, because this is not a fluke. This is not some sort of a surprise or a blip on the radar. This is how things are going to be in Coppell with Joe McBride at the helm of the program.
And in fact, to your point, if you look back at where Coppell football was before last season started, the program was somewhat in shock because it had its third coach in its fourth season. Many of its players were skeptical. Hey, what's happening to Coppell football? And in the time between that skepticism in August of 2009 and tonight, as difficult as its defeat, they've been the two furthest places Coppell Cowboy football has ever been in his first two seasons Joe McBride, a whale of a job. Great job by this group of seniors to buy in and lead this program. As you said, some bright days ahead under Joe McBride.
Before we take a break, it's time to get you caught up on some of the other action going on around the Metroplex, and just 3 other finals to report to you. We already told you that Aledo came back behind Michael Bishop and Jonathan Gray to defeat Stephenville 18-10. The final score there. Aledo advances to the Final Four in the Class 4A playoffs. Carthage, a 44-27 winner over Argyle tonight. And Wiley, boy, Bill Howard in the playoffs, gets on a roll and just keeps chugging. 20-16, Wiley defeats one of the favorites to win the 4A title, the John Tyler Lions. Had not lost since the first week of the season. Hands in their second defeat and ends their season tonight. Wiley at home, winners 20-16. Final score here from Dragon Stadium, Trinity 41, Coppell 40. The Velocity Sports Performance postgame show continues in a moment. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio.
Just like every patient, you want the best for your child. While you want your child to be healthy and to enjoy participating in sports, you may also have concerns about their abilities and possible injuries. This is where Velocity Sports Performance can help. Whether your child wants to be the star of the team or just wants a little more playing time, they can help your young athletes reach their goals. The coaches at Velocity Sports Performance will push athletes to their limits, but not beyond them. They will use positive reinforcement to ensure that your child feels good about his or her accomplishments. And at the completion of the first program, you'll see the improvement in your child's athletic performance and a boost in self-confidence from what they've achieved. So help your young athletes start off on the right foot by visiting their Coppell location at 801 Hammond Street or call to inquire about a free training session at 469-293-4340. Check out a list of their programs on the web at www.velocitysp.com. Become a better athlete today at Velocity Sports Performance.
Coach to Cure MD is an annual fundraiser that raises money for Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy. It's the largest fundraising and research organization geared specifically for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Duchenne is a genetic and progressive disease that takes the lives of most people before their 30th birthday. Coach to Cure MD continues to grow with support from more than 5,200 high school and college coaches at over 400 different institutions, and you can help this fall by joining Coach McBride and the Cowboys on Friday, October 1st when they host Denton High. All the coaches will be wearing the Coach to Cure MD patches on their sleeves, and anybody who donates at least $1 at the gate will receive a matching sticker to proudly wear in the stands. The ultimate goal is to raise at least $1,000 for research and also raise public awareness about such a tragic disease. So come out and support Coppell football and Coach to Cure MD. See you at the stadium, and go Cowboys!
This is the hit show Tech and Talk. Hi, my friends. I'm Ranjit. Chad, next caller.
Hey, do you guys have some sort of formula for calculating the taxes and fees on a wireless bill?
Yes, of course. First, solve this equation. X plus Y squared, where X is your monthly rate and Y is your birth year.
Now, take the derivative of that number.
And any number that rhymes with it, write them on a wall and throw a dart. The number you hit are your taxes and fees, maybe.
But probably not.
The best formula is to switch to Metro PCS. They have a no-signed contract, $40 a month, unlimited plan where taxes and fees are included.
That equation is a piece of easy cake.
Get unlimited nationwide talk, text, and web for $40 a month. Taxes and regulatory fees included. Metro PCS. Hello. Wireless for all. Certain restrictions apply. Some services not available in all covered areas. Coverage not available everywhere. Payment fees not included in may apply. Visit metropcs.com or a Metro PCS store for information on specific terms and conditions of service, coverage areas, handset capabilities, and applicable restrictions. Nationwide long distance available only in continental U.S. and Puerto Rico. Rates, services, and features subject to change.
Welcome back to Dragon Stadium. Final score, Trinity 41, Coppell 40. Thomas Lee, Bart Castle, Ryan Mueller, Pete Nielsen, Alex Sterling. Champion Sports Radio crew for you tonight. And to relive the excitement of this one, and there are a lot of numbers to go to, folks. Grab some popcorn, get comfortable. Here's Sweet Pete to tell you all about it.
Yeah, this may take a while, so everybody get comfortable, like you said, Thomas. For Trinity, 28 first downs in the ball game. They attempt 52 rushing plays for 407 yards rushing. That's an average of 7.8 yards. Through the air, 6 for 7. Only one pass attempt in the second half. That's the fourth down conversion that Brandon Carter, in my mind, made one of the best plays I've ever seen a high school football player make. Running left, throwing across his body in the air to the tight end for a huge first down to keep that game-winning drive alive. They total 141 yards in the air. Trinity total offense 548 yards. The 2 turnovers, they possessed the ball for 24 minutes and 4 seconds. Yeah, that's almost half of the game. 1 point game difference, half of the game, time of possession. For Coppell, 25 first downs, only 48 yards on 23 attempts. That's only 2 yards for a Coppell the rushing game. But through the air, 26 for 35, 384 yards. 432 total yards for the Cowboys, 8 possessions, 8 scores. I tell you, if Joe McBride knew that league coming into this game, he would say, no way we lose this football game. And I still don't believe that they think they have. Time of possession, 23 minutes, 56 seconds. 4 penalties for 25 yards for the Cowboys. For Trinity, some individual numbers. Tevin Williams has a huge second half. Ends up with 20 carries, 148 yards, 2 touchdowns, no bigger than the 2-yard touchdown as the clock ran out, the game winner. Williams ends up 20 carries, 140 yards. Terrence Tucson, 14 carries, 74 yards. Oh, yeah, Brandon Carter, 14 carries, 159 yards on the ground. Jonathan Brown ran once for 4 yards. And Serge Nsaka, the tight end, the big fullback, don't forget about his touchdown run. 2 carries, 20 yards for Nsaka. Carter through the air, 5 for 6, 117 yards. The big 20-yarder on that 4th down that we just talked about on that last drive, just an amazing play. Receiving, Daniel Dorsey had a catch for 32. Brandon Carter a catch for 24. And it's Casatati, the tight end. We always talk about the Trinity tight end in a big game. Boy, he did it again. The tight end always comes back to get you if you're against Trinity. 4 catches, 95 yards, and a touchdown. And you just you put your palms up if you're a defensive coaching staff for Coppell, and you say, the tight end beat us? I mean, unbelievable. It's hard to take. You know Carter's going to be there. You know Williams is going to be there. But you get outstanding plays, and that's why they're the state champions. That's why they're defending state champions. For Coppell, Cam McDaniel ends his career 15 carries, 47 yards, 1 touchdown on the ground. Joe Maiden, 8 carries, only 1 yard, but a touchdown on the ground. Through the air, Maiden, 26 for 35, 384 yards for Joe. Tyler Landis, by far the leading receiver, 11 catches, 142 yards. Nate Ruby caught 4 balls for 149 yards and a touchdown. Kyle Eckert, some huge catches, 5 catches in all, 48 yards for Eckert. Jason Lister, 2 catches, 9 yards. Cameron Smith, a big catch in the 4th quarter for 9 yards. And guys, that's all the numbers. I mean, that's a lot of offense. Over close to 1,000 yards of total offense in this one. In fact, over 1,000 yards when you do the math. And it's not very often that you have a game that had as much build-up as this one. And, we knew we were going to get a chance to work this one and look forward to it. But it's not very often that you have a football game like this with this much build-up, 2 great football teams, and you get exactly what you expect. It's just a football game that it's impossible to say something that's going to make these Coppell kids feel better. But somebody has to lose, and unfortunately, Trinity comes out a 41-40 victor.
I obviously used all of my luck in the first season of Champion Sports Radio with some dramatic Hebron playoff victories in their 16-0 run to a state title. But I'm getting really tired of these last-second losses, particularly last year and this year for the Cowboys. The final play of the game, the clock's ticking down to 000, and that's when they relinquished the lead. It is hard as a broadcaster, as much time as we spend getting to know the coaches, the players, the communities, the booster clubs. it makes it even harder. I almost wish I was like the guys doing it on TV tonight who has no real connection to the school. They don't really know anything about it whatsoever. This is a hard one. They get to call an exciting game and walk away and say, boy, that was great. You know, that's what Brent Musburger does on TV. But, you know, when you are one of the voices of a program and you get invested, and I'm sitting here wearing my Coppell Cowboy polo shirt here in the Dragon press box,
got some looks.
It's tough. Yeah. All the Trinity fans in front of me, the whole game, they kept looking at me wondering why I'm wearing this. And it's like, well, we're the Coppell Cowboy radio crew. Why else? You know, I'm here rooting for one team, trying to call it as professionally and down the line as I can. But it's a very difficult thing to know how hard these kids work, to see how much the coaching staff puts into it and how much they strive for excellence, and to have it be just a couple of seconds away from a win that would not be improbable, Bart, but wasn't definitely, if you polled 1,000 people, you make 1,000 impartial people, non-Trinity fans, non-Coppell fans. If you had more than about 15 that said Coppell was going to win this game, I'd be surprised.
You mentioned in the open that it would be a slight upset, but Trinity came into the ball game in at least 3 national polls that I saw, the number one team, not just in the state, the number one high school football team in America. And that says a great deal when you think about the tens of thousands, if not more, high school football teams that there are. You think about their size and their ability to think really that anybody would play with them, much less literally trade them score for score for the entire game to the literal last second. I mean, the 3 of us, the 5 of us sitting in here have seen many, many ball games, or we wouldn't even be doing this. I haven't seen one like this in a long time. A lot of hype. Very few that are like this get anywhere near the buzz in the stadium. This one went there and beyond by halftime. And to have it won at the end of the ball game, wow, what a game. I will second your comment after having watched the entire Coppell Cowboy season. Pete, I can't imagine, or whomever it was made the comment about Tanner Rice standing there. I know Tanner has a lot of life left, and I hope Joe will tell them the same thing Mac Brown told his kids a few years ago. They said in the newspaper at the Fiesta Bowl, he said, don't let this be the defining moment of your life. You're too young. Let this be the springboard to other amazing things no matter what happens tonight. And so I've got to believe that Tanner Rice and the others feel like, because this is kind of the high-low of their life up to this point, that they'll look back on this someday and say, boy, it stung, but it was the start of some great things.
All right, we'll step aside for one more break, then we'll come back and wrap things up from Dragon Stadium. Final score, Trinity 41, Coppell 40. You're listening to high school football playoff style here. Coppell Cowboy football brought to you by Velocity Sports Performance on Champion Sports Radio.
Real NFL fans know all the rules. And rule number 1 is if you want a great NFL experience, you choose Verizon Fios. Fios has NFL Network covering all 32 teams every day and NFL Red Zone showing you every scoring play on Sunday afternoons. So there's no such thing as stopping the clock. And don't worry about unnecessary roughness because Fios offers a smooth, crystal clear picture with 100% fiber optic HD quality. Delay of game won't be a problem either because Fios gives you fantasy stats and updates right on your screen without ever leaving the game you're watching. In fact, the NFL on Fios is so much bigger and better than ever, you'll want to get a replay review because you won't believe your eyes. So what are you waiting for? Use a timeout right now and call 1-888-GET-FIOS to see how Verizon Fios has changed all the rules. That's 1-888-438-3467. It's time to experience the NFL like never before. It's time for Fios. Fios available in select areas. Separate subscription may be required for NFL programming.
Hi, I'm Drew Brees, NFL quarterback for the New Orleans Saints, here with Bugs Bunny to remind you to get moving every day.
Because when you get moving an hour a day,
you fuel your body and your mind.
So what do you like to throw around the football like Drew?
Skateboard.
Play frisbee in the park.
Ride a bike.
Kick the soccer ball around.
Or dance in your room.
Just move it your way.
Because nothing makes you feel better than moving every day.
And that makes you part of a winning team.
So be a player.
You'll have more energy to do the things you like to do.
Move it your way and be a player.
Get up and play an hour a day, Doc. Check out how to be a player at letsmove.gov.
Head online to get tips on great ways to get moving every day.
That's right, at letsmove.gov. Let's hear that one more time, Doc. That's www.letsmove.gov. A message from the Ad Council and HHS.
Going back to Dragon Stadium one final time. Trinity wins it at the gun. 2-yard touchdown run for Tevin Williams as the clock hits triple zeros on 3rd and goal from the 2. The Trojans win 41-40. Thomas Lee here with you, along with Bart Castle, Ryan Mueller, Pete Nielsen, Alex Sterling. I'm almost, for the first time in my life, I think I'm actually at a loss for words. It just... You knew what was going to happen. The train was coming. The Trinity Trojan train was running downhill. They got the stop, forced the field goal, made it a 5-point game, and you just kind of knew what was about to happen. And we sat there and we watched it, and you could say, should Coach McBride have taken the timeouts? I don't know. The time ran off the clock. You forced him down to one final play. I think if it all happened again, I think Coach McBride would say that his kids are going to go out there, make the play, and make the stop. And that's part of what being a head coach is all about. You can't second-guess him. The Coppell Cowboys were not stopped at any offensive possession in the entire game.
And the irony about what you just said about not second-guessing the coach, think what people were saying in 2006 when Steve Lineweaver had played a whale of a game against the South Lake Dragon machine, and on 4th down he tried a fake punt and didn't get it that night, and South Lake got the ball and went down and scored, and everybody for the next 2 years talked about what in the world was he thinking, and he has never varied from what he said. He said, I had confidence if we didn't convert on the fake punt that my defense would stop them. And so one of the things that's common about coaches with great teams, because he is certainly, that didn't slow the program, as disappointing as that was. I mean, one of the things a lot of times it seems like great coaches say to their kids is, I have confidence in you to do what looks like it's going to be hard to get done. Now go out there and do it.
It's the sad thing is, no matter what, and you guys kind of talked me off of the ledge, because I was kind of convinced he should have used some timeouts. But Thomas and Bart, both of you made a great point that, it took 2 outstanding 4th down conversions, in that drive to keep that drive alive. But the unfortunate thing is, people are gonna second guess Coach McBride, and that's not right. They shouldn't. He's the coach of this football team. He took this football team to a place it's never been. He's provided stability to a program that's been lost. And don't second guess him. He believed in his kids. His kids played their hearts out. They lost to the defending state champions by 1. No, you guys have turned me. He did the right thing. His football team was 2 yards, 2 seconds away from going to the next round, and that's all you can ask.
Absolutely. Let's bring Ryan Mueller in from the sideline one more time. He had an opportunity for a quick exchange with Steve Lineweaver, and I think this kind of says a lot about the Trinity Trojan head coach's demeanor there. Ryan, take it away.
Well, yeah, I did catch up with Steve Lineweaver, and I just came over and jokingly said, I said, Coach, how many lives do you have? And he laughed, and he shook my hand and just said, I think I used my last one, because he has so much respect for the Coppell Cowboy football program and for Coach McBride, and it's just one of those things comes down to the wire. And I said this kind of leading up to this game this week about the experience that Trinity has in games like these. They have been at a stage like this where it's huge, and you gotta make a big play to be able to get into the big game. Well, they did that tonight. And you guys talked about Coach McBride. When I was down, talking to Coach Brazel, and I asked him if he had any words of wisdom for Coach McBride, and he said that's not needed because of the way that the kids play for Coach McBride. They believe in him. I think if Coach McBride had called the timeouts, that shows that he does not have belief in his defense. And so, he's not that type of a coach. He's going to say, I believe in my kids, whether it's offense, defense. I believe in the entire program, and we're going to put it on the defense's back. And unfortunately, they just came up a little short.
This is a defense. I want to remind everybody that is second in the Metroplex in total defense, number 1 in scoring defense. And this is what the Cowboys have hanged their hat on all year long. It is what Joe McBride, as a coach, puts stock in, and it's what's gotten him to this level and to all this success. Now, an overall coaching record at Coppell of 24-3, 29-8 overall in his third year as a head coach. And you look at all of that, and you have to say to yourself, gosh, he's actually doing something right, and they came up just short tonight. It's nothing. Yeah, you can be a little upset, a little disappointed right now, but let's think about this season, how tremendous this was. 13 victories to start the year. Wins over playoff teams like Mesquite Horn, Arlington, Jesuit, Carroll, Geyer. What was the other team? Northwest, I guess, came out of 7-5A and lost to Allen. I don't think there's anything for Coppell fans to be ashamed of. Seniors obviously can be disappointed, and that makes perfect sense, but this Coppell Cowboy program is headed absolutely in the right direction. And well, based on what we have so far, okay, last year was the 3rd round. This year it's the 4th round. Next year it'll be the 5th round. There'll be the state championship game in 2 years and win the whole thing in 3 years. I think Coach McBride would probably sign whatever document he needed to sign up for that program right now. It's hard to win a state championship in the state of Texas, but particularly this year in the Class 5A Division I bracket, something like 8 out of the top 10 teams of the state were in there. They already had to go through some tremendous teams in the playoffs to get to this point. In Plano, in Duncanville, in Midland, all 3 perennial powerhouses had great seasons. Coppell outlasted all 3 of them in fairly convincing fashion in the playoffs. They went up against the team that is right now the number 1 team in the state, in the nation, and they came up 2 seconds shy of getting the victory. So, again, Cowboy fans, rejoice in a great season. I know it hurts right now, but it was a spectacular year, and many more years like it are going to come. I know it's going to be tough to replace Cam McDaniel. He is sensational. He is special. It's going to be tough to replace a Sterling Lucky, Oni O'Malley, Kyle Eckerd, Nate Ruby, Tyler Landis, and especially Joe Minden, the quarterback. Coppell's had some great quarterbacks over the last several years, though. It's kind of turning it a little bit into maybe not quite what South Lake Carroll had a few years ago as far as going into college and starting and all that kind of stuff, but it has been sensational the way that these Cowboy quarterbacks, in different systems too, whether it was under Coach Fuller when he was there several years ago, under Coach Shipley the 2 years he was there. Great quarterback play for the last 5 years now for the Cowboys. Things really just heading up and up and up for Coppell. Final thoughts, gentlemen. Bart, we'll start with you.
Well, first, I'd say, Thomas, I appreciate the opportunity to have been a part of Coppell football this year. So thank you to Champion Sports Radio for the opportunity to do that, along with Mike Peasley, my partner, much of the season. To the Coppell Cowboys, wow, what a ride. Having had the opportunity to literally be at one of the first padded practices in August and to talk to the coaches and to see the effort the kids put into it and to have watched them play. Sure wish it ended up 15-0, no doubt about that, but wow, what a way it ended, as we talked about, within feet and 2 seconds of having gone on to play next week. And so while it'll be painful tonight, I think you said it best. Coppell fans, there is an awful lot to be excited about. Joe McBride is a very demanding fellow, but he's a fellow with an incredible amount of integrity. He's somebody your kids can trust. And I think Coppell football is going to continue to do well. Look at what Frisco Liberty has done. He started the program there, and almost from its inception has a good program there. So thanks again to Champion Sports Radio from myself, and I know Mike Peasley. Congratulations to the Coppell Cowboys, all of their players, their coaching staff, and their fans. As they say, wait till next year.
Peter?
Guys, I get a week by week to work with a great head coach in Brian Brazel at Hebron High School. And the thing that my play-by-play guy that I work with every week, Brad Denton, tells him is, Coach Brazel, you get it. You know what it's like. You understand what everybody needs to do and expect. And, well, you know what? Joe McBride gets it too. And, Brad, you couldn't have said it any better. This guy gets it. He's got the respect of the community. It's a one high school town. He's got that thing turned around up there. They're in great shape. Sure, it's going to hurt tonight, Hey, I got to do one Coppell football game this year, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, how in the world do you talk to your kids? I mean, this is shaking me, and I've done one game with this program this year. It's just there's bigger things ahead, and your head coach gets it, and that's the most important thing, and things will be okay in Coppell. Give it a week, he'll have them all turned around, smiles on their faces.
I do want to mention one thing. We've talked a lot about Brian Brazel. He and Joe McBride are the best of friends. They are class guys. Coach McBride came up coaching with Coach Brazel at Hebron, won the Class 4A Division II state championship in 2005, and that's part of the reason. For some fans who may not know the connection there's a big reason to why we keep mentioning that. Ryan, your thoughts?
Well, being down on the sidelines after the game when the final snap happened and the Cowboys were coming off the field and just in tears, you had to feel for them. I mean, I wanted to give all the guys a hug. I actually ended up giving Coach McBride a hug after I interviewed him. But I remember several years ago when you and I were touching base on the phone, and I said, you're never going to guess who the head coach of the Coppell Cowboys is going to be. And it's Joe McBride. And we just jumped for joy because he's such a great guy and such a class act. And you and I said, it's like, wow, that program is in good hands. We thought Coach Shipley did a good job, but what Coach McBride has on his resume and coming in and doing the job that he did, like you said, this program is poised for a very bright future, and I think Cowboy fans are going to be happy with that.
All right, a couple of thank yous need to go out right now. First of all, to the head coach of the Cowboys, Joe McBride, and his staff. They are spectacular for taking time with our broadcast crews throughout the year to allow us to bring you the best quality broadcast that we can. He gives us all the information we need, all the time that he has for us. He's a very special and devoted gentleman, and we have the pleasure of working with him year in and year out. So thank you to Coach McBride and to his staff. To the athletic director, John Crawford. Coach Crawford, you look like a genius. You went out and hired Joe McBride, and he now in 2 years has turned up 24 wins in 27 ball games. That is almost unheard of, taking the program to new heights and so forth. And congratulations on a great decision and a great year for you as well. To the Coppell Booster Club, thank you for your support, and especially Mark Kemp, who has been our contact all season long. I think we've started a very rich tradition of Coppell Cowboy football broadcast here on Champion Sports Radio dating back to 2006 now. This is our 5th year of broadcasting the Cowboys, and I don't think they have ever had a better season from what we've seen and statistically and historically than they have right now. And we look forward to many more years ahead of broadcasting Cowboy football. And also a very special thank you to Velocity Sports Performance for being the title sponsor of Coppell Cowboy football broadcasts this season. Personally, it's always a bittersweet moment when we sign off for the final time of the year. But I do want to thank all of our fans and all of our listeners who take the time to email in, to click on and listen throughout the season to Champion Sports Radio broadcast. We appreciate each and every one of you. And, yes, we love it. And, yes, we do it for the kids and so forth, but we also do it for you, the parents, the family, the friends of all these young men and all these coaches that pour their heart and soul into what is quite possibly the purest form of football out there in the world, and that is Texas high school football. It's a pleasure each and every year for us to get to do what we do and bring the product that we bring to you, our listeners. So thank you to you as well for joining us each and every week. Well, this is the final time. Until basketball season, you'll hear this, but thank you to our broadcast crew here tonight. Starts off with the doctor, Alex Sterling. Spectacular job tonight as my right-hand man throughout the evening. For Bart Castle, your color analyst, for Pete Nielsen, your statistician, for Ryan Mueller down on the field, I'm Thomas Lee. Cowboys drop a heartbreaker tonight, 41-40, but a bright future is ahead for Joe McBride's Cowboys for sure. We'll see you next season on Champion Sports Radio.
There's a set going strong, a lot of things going on. The man of the hour has an air of great power. The dudes have envied him for so long. Oh, super